tale untold, where shadows stretch as the night turns cold, where wanderers lost with nothing to claim, but the earth is shaking and the skies aren't the same. The rift is tearing through silent panic, swallowing stars and stealing magic. Who are we to fight as the world falls apart? But there's fire in our hands and a spark in our hearts. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel we'll face the night, together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt our spirits roar, with each step forward we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. A turtle seeking stories lost to time, each word a map for the mountains he climbs. A tabaxi feeds the world aflame, for slaves a Robin Hood he became. And us more lost in the frozen deep, with memories faded, secrets to keep. We are broken, forgotten, underrate, but heroes arise when the hour's too late. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel we'll face the night, together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt our spirits roar, with each step forward we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. We are the stories no one will tell, the songs of old and forgotten wells. From hammer and book, oh, from shield and blade, in the silence of scholars, in the choices we've made. The rift may hunger, it may swallow us whole, but it cannot claim what burns in our soul. In the fading light, as the darkness spreads, we rise with the dawn through the path we tread. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel we'll face the night, together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt our spirits roar, with each step forward we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. In silence we stand, with fire in our eyes, ordinary souls but we choose to rise. Through the breach we'll walk without fear, to reignite hope and make the path clear. A whisper in the dark, a tale untold, where shadows stretch as the night turns cold, where wanderers lost with nothing to claim, but the earth is shaking and the skies aren't the same. The rift is tearing through silent panic, swallowing stars and stealing magic. Who are we to fight as the world falls apart? But there's fire in our hands and a spark in our hearts. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel we'll face the night, together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt our spirits roar, with each step forward we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. turtle seeking stories lost to time. Each word a map for the mountains he climbs. A tabaxi feeds the world aflame. For slaves, a Robin Hood he became. And us more lost in the frozen deep, with memories faded, secrets to keep. We are broken, forgotten, underrated, but heroes arise when the hour's too late. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve. From tears we unite at the rift, where shadows creep. We'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. We are the stories no one will tell, the songs of old and forgotten wells. From hammer and book, oh, from shield and blade, in the silence of scholars, in the choices we've made. The rift may hunger, it may swallow us whole, but it cannot claim what burns in our soul. In the fading light, as the darkness spreads, we rise with the dawn through the path we tread. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve. From tears we unite at the rift, where shadows creep. We'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. In silence we stand, with fire in our eyes. Ordinary souls, but we choose to rise. Through the breach we'll walk without fear, to reignite hope and make the path clear. A whisper in the dark, a tale untold, where shadows stretch as the night turns cold. Where wanderers lost with nothing to claim, but the earth is shaking and the skies aren't the same. The rift is tearing through silent panic, swallowing stars and stealing magic. Who are we to fight as the world falls apart? But there's fire in our hands and a spark in our hearts. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve. From tears we unite at the rift, where shadows creep. We'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. A turtle seeking stories lost to time. Each word a map for the mountains he climbs. A tabaxi feeds the world aflame. For slaves, a Robin Hood he became. And us more lost in the frozen deep, with memories faded, secrets to keep. We are broken, forgotten, underrated, but heroes arise when the hour's too late. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve. From tears we unite at the rift, where shadows creep. We'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. We are the stories no one will tell, the songs of old and forgotten wells, from hammer and book, oh, from shield and blade, in the silence of scholars, in the choices we've made. The rift may hunger, it may swallow us whole, but it cannot claim what burns in our soul. In the fading light, as the darkness spreads,
Alrighty.
we rise.
Where we going?
Hell yeah.
Oh, whoops.
We're flying across the world.
No one saw anything.
I saw everything.
Don't even know what you
It
mean.
was the
I
all
just had a
revealed.
random Discord chat open. I think it was Josh's announcements. Switched over. We were all just text.
Nice.
All right.
Hello,
53.
everybody.
I'll take it.
53? Oh, wait, I gotta know. Oh,
92. Damn.
Shit.
Oh,
Okay.
Oh, mine's private. Well.
87.
Oh shit.
Oh, okay. Nick's
Y'all are
winning.
up there.
Don't mind me
Come on,
later.
Katash, let's see it.
Let's see your 1D100.
What are we doing? Oh, D100.
D100.
It's tradition.
Oh shit!
Oh, James
up.
wins.
I lose.
With that trend, we were on our way to 98.
Joel.
Yeah, I'm wondering,
Open my
Joel.
chat room stream. I'm sure you're probably wondering. Yeah, Joel. I've been wondering for a while. I need you to tell me.
Oh, nice. You got the font family to work.
I don't know who invited you. Oh,
That's
shit.
funny. All right, let's go. Episode 1, Ordinary World, baby.
It's just
Yeah.
episode 2.
The upper left doesn't say it, but
Ah, frick. Ah!
Oh my gosh.
But the font is fixed. I fixed the font.
yeah, that looks
Hell yeah.
awesome.
That's
So what I
fantastic.
realized was
Nathan, I
when
need to edit mine.
When I installed it, I had Streamlabs open, and usually when you install a font, you have to use whatever
Oh.
application. So it so that was the
That makes
issue.
sense.
Gotcha.
Okie dokie.
That make a
That's
sense.
That's why it looked like that.
That's why it looked like that.
What you nomming on?
It's literally just rice.
That's what's up.
I love
Perspective.
rice.
I love rice.
Dude.
It's got to be fair, it's got
Dude.
soy sauce, sesame oil, chili oil. I forgot garlic powder, but toasted sesame seeds and green onions. That's like
So
that's
it's
how I
not
make
just
my
rice.
rice.
Not.
No,
It's not
that's,
literally
that's
just.
my
I
just
love that
rice.
shit.
Like, if I'm just eating rice, that's what I do.
God,
So just rice.
that sounds amazing. Joel, we already rolled. I got a 92 and Nathan got a 53.
Yeah.
Why you have to call that
Oh,
out?
good. Wait, what's it? Hold on. What am I doing? Oh, I didn't even realize music was playing. I had it turned way too low.
How's audio, Joel? I feel like I'm gonna ask this every stream because I have such technical difficulties with audio. I'm sitting
Feel that
pretty
shit.
far back from my mic, so I'm probably quiet.
Here, sound fine.
Sound
to
good
me.
here. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh, good. I get to make.
In fact, I'm
various
gonna turn you
music in a
down.
minute.
And I got my back, have my back.
All right.
Got
see.
him.
Some of us have things to
Sounding
do
perfect.
here.
Let's go, Joel.
That's perfect.
Yeah.
All right. Any questions, comments, and concerns now that I finished my rice?
Is there going to be more rice?
Yeah. What
Yeah,
about
me too,
second
Hubs.
breakfast?
Okay, then yeah, no, I'm no concerns on my end.
With everything that we talked about with the warlock thing, I'm changing nothing currently. Is that
Yes,
correct?
Yes.
Or-
yes.
okay.
When we kind of finish this first introductory arc, that's when we'll kind of go into the mama points and
Yeah.
redoing your warlock
Oh.
into 2024 and things like that.
That'd be
Did
nice.
I get character sheets for the 4 creatures
Oh, no.
for my beast shape?
Did I ever
I
get
can
your four
handle that.
creatures? I don't know if I ever got
Yes.
them. What
I
were
just
they?
need just
The
so I
spider
can have a
horse?
stat block: spider, riding horse,
Riding
wolf,
horse is in there.
and
boar.
boar.
Okay.
Yeah, I have those here. I can pull those over, and I think I can actually, if you want, I can try enabling polymorph for you to where you. Well, no, because you don't
Thank you.
take on their.
I don't take on their
mental stats
HP.
Yeah,
I
or the
still
HP.
take on the physical stats, just not the
Right. Okay.
The other one.
So then how do you want that? Do you just want character sheets available as a reference that you have access
Just so
to?
I can click on like the attack rolls and stuff, so I don't have to like type out roll 1d whatever every time.
I'll take care of that.
You're amazing, Josh.
I got you.
It's just a quality of life thing.
Yeah,
A man of
definitely.
many talents.
Gia, I do see a good
What did I
amount of
do?
things here in Yensid. No, you're good.
Yensid.
Yensid doesn't
Yensid.
in Yensid's beasts. Do you want?
Oh, those
do
are the
those need to
old
remain?
ones. No,
Okay,
those are the
I'll
old
clear
ones.
them out and use that
It's
folder.
actually
Then.
a talking Bornus turtle form is secretly a beast shape.
That would be
Damn
something.
it, Joel.
Revealing all your secrets.
It was the
That's
boar
crazy.
that you gored. Or, yeah, never mind. I fucked it up. It's all right.
That was like when
I'm
you
gonna-
typed the
I'm gonna
message
go
the
to
other
bed
day
now.
and hit enter too quick.
Never mind. Fuck it.
Yeah. He's gone.
Oh,
Oh God, I love this song.
okay. Yeah. Then without any further questions, I'll do the thing. Okay. What?
Sorry, I accidentally typed boat, so I was gonna give Nick a rowboat mimic as one of his possible options. Yep.
Definitely.
All right. That's chill.
Holding
Anyways,
boat. How about that?
And
Never
the
mind.
beast shape
Dude.
into a boat.
For water.
a boat, a galleon, if I'm not.
Stop.
Nice, dude. Good shit.
Okay. All right. So our last episode started, and our first episode started with all the players kind of coming together at the Solidarity Sanctuary. We started with Lavos, who discovered a new journal entry that has caused him to believe that he came either from a world, through a rift, or anything like that, but that his past was related to these rifts, is his current belief at the moment, based off of these journal entries of a random journal that he did find. And then we met Katosh in his soup kitchen, and finally Yensid lecturing the monks in the library. You guys all gathered in the Great Hall to listen to an address from Awen D. Pendarvis, the leader of the Breach Guard, who kind of coldly welcomed new recruits to the Breach Guard and set up the trial, or I guess the pretense of the trial, that it was going to be exceptionally difficult, and that those who wanted to go through the Breach Guard initiation should not make that decision lightly. He also introduced Morvella, Selfina, and Juniper, who are the Sisters of the Sanctum, a coven of witches. A lot of people were kind of unsettled by the fact that the exam was run by witches, but Awen did reassure them that, hey, their magic is safe, and they've been doing this every year. After the initiation, Yensid made some more healing salves, and Katosh and Lavos went to go talk to Galleon. Katosh, you tried to get your whip into a better shape, but it seems that blacksmithing might be a better route than, say, transmutation magic in this regard. Lavos, you expressed your findings of the journal to Galleon, who had a pretty interesting reaction, seeming very excited to hear that life might potentially be possible on the other side of these rifts. From there, Yen and Lavos went hunting. You guys found a bison. Lavos shared the story of being force-fed a healing potion, and you guys dragged the bison back to the soup kitchen, where Katosh was able to make a pretty good meal out of it for all the recruits. And Breach Guard members and monks and everyone, because the soup kitchen's open to everyone. You guys eventually headed to sleep, and in the morning, you guys were woken up by a loud clamor. There was a massive claw mark with dripping purple ooze on the doors, which kind Katash and Yensid, you guys were able to. What did I just say? Yensid, you guys were able to realize that it was a monstrosity's claw mark, but Yensid, you were able to realize that it was actually an aberration, and that immediately sparked concern for you. So you sought out Galleon, thinking that potentially there was an invader in the sanctuary, only to find out that this was indeed, in fact, part of the initiation. And you guys were summoned to the training grounds where you guys, alongside other recruits, had to fight a very large Hydra, but more of a sorry, I just read what Tina said where she said she'll watch with her mouth, and I was like, what? Okay, sorry. You guys fought a Hydra that was actually an aberration, and when you would cut the heads off, it would kind of make these slimier purple heads. You did successfully defeat it, and upon defeating it, your talismans that you got at the address, your first of 6 sigils lit up. And I believe it was a Crimson Fang, if I remember at all correctly. Yes, it was a Crimson Fang. So it's this red fang-like sigil on the talisman.
We all lost our faces on stream.
What? Oh, because I opened something on that screen.
There we go.
Yep.
Oh,
Let me move
sorry.
it right now. Do I have anything else over there? That's a good question. No, I don't think so. Okay. Thank you. Okay, that is where we will pick up. You guys have finished the trial.
The timing on the music. What the fuck?
Yeah, that was actually pretty spicy. Pretty spicy.
Damn. Okay.
What are you guys doing right after this trial? You guys have got your first sigil. You're standing in the training grounds, which I guess I could put us there now to immerse ourselves. You're standing,
Immersion.
on the training grounds. There's this Hydra that has kind of turned into smoke and dissipated, kind of alluding to the fact that it was a conjured creature, and not physically from this plane, or having any real matter, besides that which was mana. What are y'all doing?
That was my first brush with death.
Yeah.
As I actually went unconscious there, and I am still hurt really bad. So I imagine I am kind of like down on all fours like a turtle would do, and just kind of like scooting back towards the barracks. Just like slowly, just like,
Lavis would approach you because he hits you in the midst of that
I'm like
combat.
5 feet every minute.
Got it.
Oh gosh.
I don't want to do this
Yeah.
anymore.
I'm so sorry. I
Hold on.
didn't mean to hit you.
You tried to kill me.
No, I'm so sorry. I sometimes can't control exactly what's damaged by what I conjure up. Are you all right?
Turn around and look him in
I've got
his
your
face.
I've got your salve on me. And I'll reach in my bag and pull out the salve that you made me at the beginning.
That's
Please,
for you.
Well, it's for me to choose what I do with it, right? I want to give it to you, so take it.
No. It's for you. I made that for you. It's fine. Just gonna keep scooting. Just,
Yin,
He'll stand there.
Yeah, slow down. You're going too fast. You
that is impossible.
You look like you could use a good meal and maybe a rest.
Maybe in a different order.
A rest and a good meal? Okay.
I'm gonna make my way to the infirmary as I think I'm still bleeding. And but when I saw the note that said trial 1 pain, I didn't expect it to be that painful. Oh, I didn't tell you all that I found a note, did I?
A note? No.
Here, read it. And I just hand it over. I
Oh, I forgot
pull
about
out
that
a note.
Yeah.
And
too.
or it said combat rather, So, Reaver, I'll say it's a
Recon.
combat. Yeah, recon. I didn't say that.
I didn't say that.
And so it's a combat, and I wasn't expecting it to be that combative. The next one says pain. What could be more painful? And I just show you the note.
It's gibberish.
Oh,
Absolute
shit.
gibberish.
But not in the sanctuary for you. So, I'll just read it out loud so you can write it, Nathan. So it's one
Oh, I can read it on
combat.
stream.
Oh, if you can read it on stream, I'll just let you read it there.
Perfect.
But yeah.
Thank
So
you.
combat, pain, obstacles, exhaustion, help, death.
So if one is combat and two is pain, but one was already pain, then 6 must be ultimate death.
We were told that it was, well, no joke, these trials. So I suppose we count our lucky stars that we're still alive, right?
I should thank the monks
Quite
that I'm
terrifying.
still alive. They healed me.
Speaking of which, how does everyone else look? Did we lose anyone?
So in the combat, you did lose people, as far as you could tell, but they are now like they've taken in a breath of fresh air after like not breathing for a while, coming back to life.
Really?
Yeah.
Interesting. I'd approach one of these that I see that are rising up from that state.
Okay.
Are you all right? Whoever this is. Is it a goblin?
Yes, it is.
Goblin?
Is it my goblin? Oh shit! Is there one that I could see that would be less, more intelligent, rather?
Goblins are intelligent creatures in my world, okay? That's why they
Not
can
as
talk to
intelligent
you.
as
They're not the
I
most
saw them running in
intelligent.
circles when we started the fight. In my mind, they're not that
They
intelligent.
were afraid.
Okay. What happened to you?
Well, it was really scary, and then it was really painful, and then it was really dark, and then there was nothing, and then I'm breathing.
There's nothing on the other side, and then you came back.
I was on the other side. The other side of what?
Oh, well, you died. It looked like it
I
anyway. You
died?
weren't breathing. Yes, a few of you did, and I thought that was going to be for good, but that's actually, well, quite
There's
good
a
news that it's
hole
not.
in my stomach.
Oh, that there is. I'm sure you could get patched up, though. I'm sure they have an infirmary for you somewhere. Right? There's an infirmary in this place, I'm sure.
Yeah, follow me. I'm heading there.
Okay.
Glad
Why
you're
am I
alive.
alive?
I'm not sure. I'm going to ask Galleon, though. Or anyone else who might know.
I'm gonna go get this hole closed. Starts following the turtle.
Bad idea. I'd approach towards Katash. So then maybe it's been overstated, the state of death that we might find ourselves in. If they're coming back, I'm confused.
I do find it quite odd that our comrades who did fall are now finding themselves breathing.
Yes, it's
Or
encouraging.
maybe we need not fear as much as they say.
Right, we made it through, and well, other than Yen brushing death a bit, relatively unscathed.
Yeah, did I see you attack him at one point in the fight?
It was an accident. Yeah, all the heads they were all grouped up, you see, and I thought I could take them all out at once, and I couldn't. Instead, I hurt him, and it was an accident. But I'll talk with him later when he's
Accidents
not
do
in
happen.
so much pain.
Yes. You know, he probably will remember this, but I don't know how accurately.
Oh, you never forget your first brush with death. You did very well.
At the
Your
time,
idea of pulling the heads down, that was very clever of you. I wouldn't have thought that.
I was was thinking we had rope on us. Might as well put it to use. I don't have a weapon on me that can do much to these things, so I gotta, you know, think outside the box.
Your whip? You started. Was I there for when he was talking about his whip and wanting
Yeah.
to get it all sorted out? Okay, okay. Have you stopped by the blacksmith then and started that process?
I have not yet, but maybe I'll have some time today to do so. Maybe while Jensen's healing up, I can stop by there before I get food ready for us.
Of course, yes. Well, I'm going to see if anyone else needs any help, but well done. We did it.
You as well. I'll like give you the full arm dap.
Yeah, absolutely. He daps you up too.
Oh. Okay, so Yensid's off to the infirmary. Katash, are you off to the blacksmith then?
Yeah.
Okay, and Lavos, where are you going?
Well, no,
Oh,
I'm off to
sorry.
the job board for the
job
sorry.
board for the blacksmith, and then Lavos, where are you heading?
I'm looking over the rest of the people here that fell. We don't have to RP it, but he's really curious if anyone else had an experience on the other side like he did.
Everyone would note that there was nothing. It was like
Okay.
just this like floating nothingness. Like what am I thinking of?
Astral Sea.
Not the astral sea. Those like anti-sensory chambers. Like they were just.
Oh, yeah.
Like they themselves were nothingness for a time.
Gotcha. Okay.
like in limbo, almost.
Yeah. Well, not D&D limbo, but how we commonly refer to limbo.
Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, he just would be making sure everyone was fine then during that time. And then when all that's done, I think he'd probably go seek out Galleon.
Okay.
He's curious as to why everyone's reviving. So.
All right, then let's roll initiative for the order of how we're handling this afternoon.
Ian. Oh, God. Okay, initiative, you say. Do. 11.
Nine.
Oh my God.
Well, at least that's for this.
That's a -2.
That's
At least that's for this and not for something important.
Hey, man, dude. Got it out
All
early.
right, so
Wow.
Lavos, then
Yeah.
you head off to Galleon, and
Yeah.
Galleon, are you in your study? Where are you at?
Where you at, homie?
Yeah, you're muted though, Galleon. You might want to step out of the
You've
silence
casted
chamber.
silence on yourself.
Oh no! Good morning, everyone. Apparently, I was double muted because I had my mic and Discord muted.
Oh,
Yes, he
so
would be in his study.
Okay.
Yeah.
So you head to Galleon's study.
Yeah, I'll walk in, shut the door, and kind of. Well, we did it.
You
First
passed.
trial complete. Yes. We're all still alive. So that's.
Sam. I'm ecstatic to hear that.
Oh, as am I.
Everyone.
Everyone, and that's what's curious, actually. So, a few fell, and I thought them dead, but when the trial concluded, they rose again and said that they just remembered nothing on the other side. I thought that this was, well, real death that they would experience.
Well, it is. Here, take a seat. And pull one up and just sort of scooch out from the
yeah,
desk.
I'll say.
You said. You must understand that the breach guard is, well, they need members one way or another. Anyone choosing to undertake the trials, well, they are put in real situations where they are tested to the fullest of their abilities. Should they have found themselves in such a scenario, they would have died, and they know this to be true, not some sort of holding back or hypothesis, but fact. But there's no point in killing needlessly. This is a trial set forth by the breach guard. Therefore, there are magics in place, defensive, to be able to prevent such drastic measures. However, do not mishear me. These magics do not apply to the final trial.
Figured as much, with as much as was talked about. So
Once
that's
again,
you're dead, and you're dead.
you are. There is no second chance. There is no holding back. To anyone who would dare to take it, well, you have undergone quite the trial, but to each their own. It is their risk to take. I simply saw that it was not one that I was willing to take. My research was too important to me and the results thereof.
Your research about that. I
Yes.
noticed when we spoke earlier that you had quite a bit of excitement around the prospect of these rifts not necessarily leading to doom or destruction on the other side, and maybe having a destination.
That I did.
I can't help but wonder if you have a reason as to what got you into this in the first place.
He would just kind of look up towards the door, just see outside if there's commotion going on or people like finding their way in at all. I do, yes. It was probably 2 years ago now when I myself encountered my first rift. I remember it clear as day. Magic in my estate. It turned. What was once a simple casting of a spell meant for remedial purposes or assistance with daily household actions became volatile, unruly. There was planes that were just outside my windows. Windows. And a dark cloud in the sky where the rift began to form. And as I rushed out there, the last thing that I remember was my daughter being pulled into the rift. She screamed a scream no parent should hear. And there was nothing I could do. And I vowed in that moment that every day, no matter the cost, no matter what it would take, I would learn all that I could about these rifts. And I would find her.
So sorry.
Thank you, Lavos, but I have not given up. I can't. And this
clearly.
is why.
Everyone looks to you for good reason too. You have a lot of knowledge.
I suppose, though I'm quite happy to defer such official leadership to Awen in these matters. I prefer having the freedom to make the decisions that I made, such as my journey to the Frostbreath, or to the Great Dunes, or to the Southern Grimstone. All of these have brought me far closer than any sort of official title or responsibility in that regard, and it is for this reason, Lavos, that I am so overjoyed that there might be life beyond these rifts, for none have returned. But seemingly one has arrived. So there must be a way.
I'm thinking the same thing. And I'm far less researched than you are on the topic, but I'm going to help out as much as I can.
Well, to be fair, when it comes to the rifts, there's really no one that has any research. These are far too new. You know nearly as much as I do at this point.
Actually,
That's part of our journey.
About that as well. This final test that you speak of, they say it ties you to the rifts in some way. And what does that mean exactly? Do you know? Or
would Galleon be able to share information of like what would
Yeah.
happen should you pass?
Yeah. One second.
Okay.
I realized I never wrote it in my OneNote notes, but I have it right over.
I remember the
here.
baseline, so I'll start there.
Yeah. I'll interrupt you when I find it.
Yeah. Well, there's a few boons, shall we say, from one that's able to withstand the elixir and allow it to change them. There's a part of them that becomes attuned to these rifts, even resistant. The effects that you and I felt, remember when the gravity switched and we retain our position, nor could we stop
Yes.
its effects from pulling us towards it. Those that have drank these elixirs can resist those effects. It holds no effect on them. As you can see, we have survived, albeit however closely, in spite of all of this. So I believe that I have not come to regret my decision, not once. However, it is purely within your call to make that decision for yourself. Just know that there are risks, and they are great.
I understand. I, thankfully, have a lot less to lose than most, so I think I have to take it. I feel like it's why I'm here. So, and it's not out of, well, obligation. I want to. Whatever purpose I have, I want to see it through to the end. So,
I respect that, Lavos. If I may, though, I think that you have a great deal of people that would miss you at this point. At the very least, I can tell you that I would. Never let it be set in your mind that you have nothing to lose, nor nothing that would miss you.
I'll remember that.
There are some other effects. You're able to sense the rifts within a mile of you, I believe. It can be quite useful. You're also able to see
yes.
them. A sort of magical aura emanates from them if you have a direct line of sight. You can't see through walls or anything of the sort. But it has its uses. Should you share that with the others, you can feel free to, but I would prefer that word not spread of the entirety of all of these, as the trials themselves are meant to be secretive to an extent. The elixir is not a secret, nor it's dangerous.
I understand that you wouldn't want to tempt them with this glorious thing if it's possibly leading to their death. So,
Precisely. I lead with explaining the risks, try not to hide the benefits, and the decision is theirs from there.
wonderful. Well, thank you again for explaining all that I don't know, which is a lot.
Of course.
And I'm sorry. Again, I believe, I have hope that there's something on the other side that's not just a nothingness, a void.
As do I, my friend. I've been combing over your notes, and I will continue to do so. And I wish you the best of luck, and can say that I am quite pleased that all of you passed the first trial.
So are we. Yen's he's a bit rough off right now. He took quite a beating, and I think he's holding a grudge against me a bit. I accidentally hit him, you see.
Oh.
Some of my magic's a bit, well, wide in its effects. So,
Volatile, shall we say.
volatile, yes.
Such is the nature of magic. I remember having to rebuild my study a couple times after the fallout of some of my attempted spells and alchemical productions. But you get used to it.
I hope so. It's fun, regardless. But
It
anyway,
is.
I don't want to interrupt your studies anymore. And I have some to get to myself. I have to learn this language if I'm to speak with my party. So
Absolutely. If you have any questions or would like any, well, I don't have flashcards for Dolan, but I suppose I could make some up.
whatever you have, I'll use it.
Perfect. Well, in that case, good day to you, Lavos. I shall talk to you soon.
Give him a kiss, and I go out of there. No, I'm just
Obviously,
kidding.
All right.
Love you.
Kisses.
Katosh, you head towards the notice board where there's kind of just, it's I'd say it's kind of like located very centrally within the sanctuary, kind of just where paths converge versus like in a specific courtyard or anything like that. It's quite literally a wooden slab in the ground where people just take a nail and just like put up parchment with what they need done. Would you like me to read off each one? Are you just specifically looking for the blacksmith one?
I'm
You're
specifically
muted.
looking for that
Oh,
one.
you're not muted. That just came in really slow. My bad. Specifically looking for the blacksmith one. So that is it's called guard duty. The quest giver is Awen D. Pendarvis, and essentially the task is to patrol the sanctuary's perimeter for any signs of danger, which include scouting rocky cliffs, intercepting any wandering what is the word, enemies, such as riftlings, or even just like really aggressive native life that's just getting too close, and then also reporting any unusual magical phenomena to Galleon at the end. And the reward is 1 free blacksmith upgrade.
Is it something that could be completed in a day? Just like one
Yes.
shift of
Yeah,
guard
it's
duty?
kind of
Similar
like
to things?
if
Okay.
you spend like 4 hours, because that trial that you guys did was in the morning, so you kind of all day now, before the next trial tomorrow. So I would say like 4 hours of time would do, like scouting the area would be plenty. You're just kind of instead of like maintaining a guard position, you're just kind of filling in. So yeah.
Well, I would probably head straight to the blacksmith's so I could drop off the whip first. Be like, hey, excuse me. Open the door.
Oh wait, you said you're gonna go to the blacksmith first?
To drop off the whip.
Oh, okay. All right. So you head into the blacksmith. I never made a blacksmith. Let's say it's Brenta. Let's just say it's Brenta.
Nice.
Brenda.
Let's make Brenta a gnome.
Would I recognize her from the kitchen?
Yeah, I'd say she probably has gone there a few times.
Miss Brenda, are you in?
Well, yeah, I'm standing right in front of you.
Sorry.
Oh,
My
good.
bad.
I thought
I've,
this was about to turn into a short
looked up-
joke.
No. I know how you feel about those. I learned my lesson.
Yeah, and she holds up a hammer.
I did have a favor. I was about to start my shift for guard duty. I'm doing these trials, you see, to be a member of the breach guard.
Mhm.
But I lack the equipment necessary. So I was just bringing this by to see if you would be able to do any upgrades for me in the meantime. And
You like lay it out, and so you lay out this like fish
Yeah.
carcass. And she's like, "You know, I work with metals, right? I think if I hammered that, it would
yeah.
shatter."
I understand. What about maybe casting? You know,
Oh yeah, I
dipping?
mean, I could definitely dip it in something, some alloy of some type. Yeah, I think
You're
I
the
could do
expert.
something with this.
That would be very much appreciated. I'm gonna set down the whip in front of her, back away a little bit as I'm eyeing her hammer. No, Brenda, I have this reward here for the job I'm doing, saying that it's 1 free upgrade.
Oh yeah, Aaron talked to me about that one. Did you do it yet?
No.
Well, in order for it to be
Obviously.
free, you are gonna have to do that.
How much would it cost if it was not done?
Like 11 feet long. It's gonna need a proper hilt. It's only casting, so it's not made out of it. Probably like 150, 175 gold, depending.
Well, I don't know. I'll leave a 5 gold deposit. And can I leave the whip here with you?
Yeah, I can get started on it. We're low on supplies, so I don't have enough to make a full weapon, which means I have time to do this. So
I very much appreciate your help. I will see you by the end of the day.
I don't know if I'll have it done
Maybe
by
you
then,
can
but
come
we'll
by.
see.
If you do, just come by the kitchen and I'll get you a hot meal.
All right, all right, all right.
Thank you, Miss Brenda. Good luck on your business today. I hope it does pick up for you soon.
Yeah, it's kind of nice to have off. I still
Can I
get
look
paid.
around the shop? Is there anyone else like in the area?
Not really. You can tell it's not really a shop either. It's more of like, I guess if like the Breach Guard was a company, this is a department. You know, it doesn't really make weapons too much on commission. It'll upgrade your stuff and things like that, but everything it makes tends to go into the armory, which is attached.
Well, I'll be off. I best get to my shift as a guard. Doing so much now. And I'm gonna just walk away.
Okay. We'll come back to your guard shift. For now, let's go to Yensid in the infirmary.
I would have scooted past the herb garden on my way to pick up some of the healing herbs to take to the infirmary with me. Yeah.
All right. How many are you grabbing?
Just a couple.
Okay.
Okay, and there's still any left from when I tried to grab some before.
I'll say you found enough to make one more solve, considering what happened last time.
Yeah, I'll get to the infirmary door and I'll just kind of help me.
Yeah. Oh, you're bleeding a lot. Yeah. Come this way, and we'll get you situated.
Sit down. You'll never believe it. I was standing this close to a Hydra, and someone I thought was my friend shot me with cold? What was it? I don't even remember.
Oh, your friend shot you.
Some sort of icy blast.
They're a magic wielder.
Yes, I believe so. After seeing that display, I believe so.
Okay. Well, if you were hit by magic, we have to use different disinfectants, so let me go grab those.
All right.
She kind of runs off and grabs those things as I'll say more of a doctor. Like that seemed more like a nurse, and more of a doctor kind of steps in. And they look you over.
Am I gonna die?
No, you are not going to die.
Ugh. All right.
I'll just have to heal you up really quick, and it'll be no problem. I don't really know why she went to go get disinfectants, but yeah.
Kind of trying to peek around his shoulder to see which disinfectants she's grabbing, or see if I can identify any of the medicine.
I don't know if I have. Let me look at, because I told you I was making that document. So let me see if I have something
for disinfectants. It's Clorox. She's trying to.
She's actually just got bleach, and she's just gonna bleach you.
Everyone's out to kill me.
What did I use? Let's say that she grabs a she grabs honey drop nectar as a disinfectant.
Yes. Cool.
I'm gonna have to remember that. I'm gonna write it right here. Honey drop nectar. Magical disinfectant. That's so funny. Okay. So she comes back with the disinfectant. Oh, I guess you don't need these. And the other doctor's like, no, I am a cleric. She's just gonna heal you. As you get the sense in this, like, you've had the sense being in the breach guard for as long as you have. There are many people who help. Not all of them have the capabilities to help as much as a cleric would, say, healing. So, like, you have the common folk that are going to get the disinfectants and the herbal remedies and things like that to try to help you. And then there are those who can actually cast healing spells. And she would just cast Cure Wounds on you, let's say 2nd level.
Okay.
So that's 3d8.
I mean, I
I
could
think.
cat.
I don't
Yeah,
remember
yes.
Cure Wounds off the top of my head.
I want to say it is.
I don't have
Pretty
second
sure.
level
2d8.
spells yet.
Yeah, but it was casted.
Oh, I'm sorry, for 2nd level,
So
yes.
it's 3d8,
Yeah.
so 17
Yeah.
plus her wisdom, 8,
Wait.
4.
No, it's 2d8.
It'd be 2d8.
Still,
Plus-
I was going to
Okay.
say it actually is 1d8
It's
for...
1d8 for first level, yeah.
then,
I forgot.
oh, 10 plus 4, so 14.
Okay.
14. It's a little better.
Thank you.
Thank you. If it's okay, I'm just gonna rest here for an hour or so.
I'm sure it would be fine. There are
I
more
look around.
recruits
Is it
coming,
busy
though.
in here?
A little
Like, is
bit.
there a lot of-
So you see a goblin who's screaming more because they're scared because there's a hole in their torso.
Oh,
And then there's like other people who got kind of scraped up and things, and then the other folks that Lavos ended up talking to who actually died and came back, who are still kind of like more psychologically traumatized from the event than, say, like in immediate danger.
okay. Oh, I guess you're quite busy. Maybe I should make my way to the feeding hall, or the food kitchen.
The soup kitchen?
That's
You
the
could
one.
Rest there. It's a bit noisy. You could also rest in the meditation garden. You can rest wherever you want to. I don't know why I'm telling you where to rest. And she would just kind of get up and straighten herself out, look at the goblin, sigh, and then go head over to the goblin.
I imagine I've had dealings with this doctor in the past, just like giving her herbs from the garden,
Yeah.
probably.
Sure.
Does she have a name?
We'll call her Vega.
Dr. Vega.
That is such a good ring to it. Dr. Vega?
Cool.
She's
She
a cool gal.
human, half elf.
Let's
Just a chill gal.
say she's a. Let's say she's actually a water ganassi.
Nice. Okay. Well, thank you, Dr. Vega. Did I tell you I was standing this close to a hydra with all its teeth crashing
Yes,
down on me?
Yes, you did.
And
Mhm.
then, oh, all right. Well, I guess I'll be going then.
Yes, I
I'm
have a
just gonna
screaming
hang my
goblin.
head.
She'll just go over to the screaming goblin. Okay. With that, let's circle back to Katosh and your guard duty. Real quick. I'm trying to think how I want to do this. Well, out of the tasks presented before you, kind of scouting the cliffside, looking for any unrecognizable magic presences, any kind of aggressive creatures, which one are you kind of focusing on? Because you don't have to do all three.
I would focus on the scouting portion of it. I feel like
Okay.
my skill set would
Okay.
be best.
Then you can roll me a survival check as you're kind of both looking around at the world and also navigating this very difficult area. That's 6.
Um, I feel I need this job done. Right. Can I use my
Well,
inspiration?
that's up to you.
Do I need this? Yeah. I'll take the fail. I'll fail. That's fine.
Okay. As you're kind of scouting the cliffside, you look down and realize just how steep the cliffside is. So you decide to just kind of like walk the edge, looking around. So not giving you the greatest of views. You don't see much.
Real high up.
I'll let you roll again for your second half. If you like, because since you're spending like 4 hours doing this, so I'll let you roll again for the second half of your like scouting duties. So you can roll me another survival. Better.
We doubled it. Let's fucking go.
You did double
Yeah,
it.
right.
We love to see it.
So you are walking back the way you came, you know, of course, looking out, and you see something in the distance. You've seen it a few times. These kind of black cracks in your vision, which you've come to realize are actually like in physical space. And when you saw them the previous times, the world around you shattered. And so this is definitely something you'd want to report to Galleon. If you want to get closer, do let me know.
I don't want to
So
get
no,
too much
actually, I
closer.
don't.
Not at all. I do want to notate my path, like mark on my way back to the, on the way back to Galleons, so I can report this. That way I know how to get back.
All right. So you collect that. You return to Galleon then, to report your findings. Would you like to actually do that in RP?
Yeah.
Okay. So you approach Galleon's study.
I burst through the door.
You burst through the door.
Galleon,
Katash.
there's an issue. Do you remember when we were atop the tower and how everything shattered?
Yes, of course I do. I could not forget that.
Well, I saw something when I was walking on the edges of the cliffs, and I looked through the trees, and things began to kind of break in my vision. And it does very much how it was in the tower. And I would like you to handle this, if at all possible. I can show you where it is.
Yes, that would be wonderful. If there's any possibility of a rift or something adjacent developing, we should certainly know about it. Do I know where he's talking about on the island this is?
These cliffs would be close to where the ferry dock is.
Okay.
I can lead you right to it.
Yes, of course. Lead the way, and would just pick up a satchel and a spell book. Okay. And then follow your lead. I heard that you all were able to pass the trial. I was
Oh,
very
Yes.
glad to hear.
Fortunately, I came out unscathed. I cannot say the same for our friend Yen. He seems to be
That's
taking it rather rough. But
That's what I
I'm
heard.
sure he's better now. I'm sure he's better now after a nap.
I would hope so, but I still I thought that I would visit him before the end of the day. Just try to see. I know these things can be a harrowing ordeal.
Definitely so. I can only imagine how much more difficult the future trials are going to be for us.
Yes, I would keep your wits about you. Well, they are meant to emulate exactly what you would expect, so be prepared.
I think we're approaching it now.
Would I
So
start to see the same thing?
you would start to see the same thing. You would know that you would need to kind of set up some devices for readings and things like that to tell exactly what this is and the scale of it and things like that. But
Okay.
Katosh was definitely a huge help in identifying that something here is forming.
Yes. Well, you are correct. This is definitely to be investigated. I'll need to come back with a variety of instruments, but I'll get right to it. There's no time to waste. It could be benign, but it could be something far worse, and we never want to take that risk. Thank you very much, Katash. This was very helpful. Are you done with your task for the day?
To my knowledge, yes. All I have to do is, make some dinner tonight, and I'm sure I'll have help with that. So.
Well, and you, if I'm not mistaken, this was the location of the item on the job board for a certain blacksmith. Brenda, her name.
Yes, it was.
Well, I mean, you've been a tremendous help to me, as well, I suppose. And just kind of look around, see if I have like a common healing potion on me or something like that, and just consider this a secondary reward. Thank you for your efforts and for a job well done. Possibly even saving the lives of many if this were to turn badly.
I just like to be helpful, and I'll put the potion out.
All right,
Okay.
I'll get started right away.
So you had
I'm gonna run for Awen, so she can approve my job.
he. Awen is a he.
Oh, another man in power.
Yeah. So Awen quickly stamps your thing, not even really checking twice. You can take it to Brenda. Lavos and Yen, what are you guys doing now? It's been a
I'm
couple hours
studying.
at this point. Studying?
Yeah, for most of the day, at least 4 hours today, I'm going to be studying. So
I'm in the garden, meditating and trying to heal up, just in case anything crazy happens. And telling anybody that's there the story of how I was fighting hydras, and then all of a sudden a fire blast hit me. But this time a lightning blast. But then this time it was like I definitely got hit with magic. I don't know what it was.
So annoying. Okay.
But I'm gonna take a short rest and just
Lavos,
heal up.
you're gonna have a reputation of a friend slayer, like.
a friend slayer that can cast all different types of magic.
He must be so powerful. Okay. So, Katosh, when you go back to Brenda, she says that she takes your writ and she says that it'll be ready in 5 days.
Insatiable.
If anyone is doing anything else, let me know. Or if not, we will go to the next trial.
I'll make
I
that
checked-
salve.
Okay.
Hmm.
You need an hour and you need to roll me
My herbalism.
herbalism because it's a salve.
Oh no!
I've rolled twice. They've both been nat ones.
Oh shit!
Oh no. That's right. Huh.
BRB.
Yeah.
So that's a
Actually, I'm
refresh.
just gonna restart my entire computer.
Yeah.
You're gonna build a new one.
You end up destroying the materials over the course of an hour and
Oof.
not having any solves.
I was too busy thinking about the Hydra head that was casting spells at me.
And then it did time warp.
Okay.
Um,
Can I
you-
can I ask Brenda if she has a loner whip for me in the meantime?
I should just
You know
tell you to
Brenda
look
got a
in the
whip.
armory. And if you go in the armory, there's a whip in there. Sure.
Got it.
I would say
Um,
it's weathered, though.
Perfect.
That means it
forgot about
does
those
1
rules.
damage. for the
That's
rest.
Yeah,
right.
Plus your dex, but 1 damage.
Nothing that I'm gonna have to be concerned about because of magic. Same for you, Yen, but still. Hell yeah. The only other thing that Lavos would do would check his book, see if there's a new chapter in there.
Not a new chapter.
Alrighty.
I did want to talk to Galleon,
Oh, okay.
and he said he was going to look for me.
Yeah, he was actually, after setting up different
Oh,
instrumentation,
Right, that's
he
right,
was
I
going to
forgot
check
about
on you
that.
before the end of the day.
So let's say you guys meet in the meditation garden then.
As I'm destroying a potion or a salve.
Yeah.
Dang it! It was 1 part this and 2 part herbs.
Spoken like my own memories, Yen.
Oh, Galleon. Hey, I wanted to speak with you.
And are you?
Did you know that hydras can cast magic?
I can't say that I do, Yen. Not that I've met one that has, though I would not be surprised if it exists. How have you heard of such things?
It attacked me with some sort of magic after it was biting down on me.
Sounds like a harrowing journey. I heard you undertook quite the ordeal.
I'll just point to like a gash on my arm and like a scrape down my shell and
Well, I see the trials have already taken their weight. I'm sorry you had to endure such a brunt.
well, somebody had to. The goblins were useless.
I remember when I took my trial, the goblins nearly threw rocks at some of the soldiers. They tried their best, but
They did the same thing here. We should stop
Well,
recruiting goblins. No,
They
everyone
have s-
deserves a fair shot.
they have strengths elsewhere. Their strengths in combat, well, vary widely, shall we say. But sorry, what was it that you wanted to speak to me about?
Well, you know the artificial faxer site that you're trying to.
Yes, of course.
How's that coming along?
Well, we have our first prototype, the one that's within the Riftforge engine itself.
Right.
Other than that, I have not been able to synthesize any more as of yet. The first one that I was able to successfully synthesize took several months and many mistakes along the way and much trial and error. As such, it's still a work in progress.
I've read a bit about Faxtricite. I've seen it a fair bit, but what are the consequences of using it?
I suppose I should ask, do you mean consequences religiously or scientifically?
Physically, scientifically, metaphorically, all of the Elise.
Well, I suppose I shall start at the beginning. Metaphorically, I suppose there's many unknowns in that regard. Religiously, there are some that hold it in high regard for being, obviously, a source from Fatrix, the goddess of magic.
Right.
And they hold it very dear to them, and any such tampering with it, especially the mining of such, is looked down on heavily. And that's why I attempted to synthesize it myself. Should there be no need to mine it, there would be no need to cause such disdain between parties. And we would, in theory, if it were easy enough, have an endless supply. The scientific repercussions are many as well. As you've seen, it holds great power, the ability to reverse the gravitational pull of magic outward instead of inward, as the rifts do. It's in this way that it causes a dissonance within the rift, and should it be harnessed incorrectly, well, the outbursts could be catastrophic, many of which I have not been able to catalog and hopefully will not need to. As such, it should be handled with extreme caution.
I've read that it was a gift from Fatrix myself, but if it were a gift, would she not want us to use it?
I
Yen, you can roll me a history check.
curious.
Curious.
Yeah.
No, fuck my life.
Oh,
So it's an
dude.
8. It's an 8. If you're using
Oh,
Yeah.
I
curious.
get addition to that. Hold on. What do I get? Or wait, was it history and arcana? I get a bonus. Or was it? No, you're fine. Go ahead.
Okay, so with an 8, you would know that it wasn't necessarily a gift. It was more of a byproduct of Fatrix bringing Kafina's dreams to reality.
That's right. I have it in my journal. I did look. Okay. Okay. So have you heard of cases where Fatricite was used and harnessed properly in emboldening?
Emboldening? You mean like strengthening the magic within, or
Or just, for example, say I were to cast one of my healing spells. It can heal a moderate amount, but if I really knew the inner workings of Fatricite and were able to harness its powers, would it strengthen the outcome of that with no repercussions?
I suppose it is possible. It would make sense in a regard that it has the potential, though no such experiments have really been undertaken, to my
Would,
knowledge at least.
would that not be a worthy endeavor to test such
Oh, I believe
a...
it would. Like I mentioned, the actual acquisition of Fatricite is in and of itself an ordeal.
Right.
Unless you wish to upset a great many people, it takes a lot.
Surely not every node of Fatricite is watched over, though.
Watched over, correct, and sometimes experimentation demands risks. I suppose I have not tried myself because, well, though it may be a minute amount, we have been able to successfully synthesize it, and I suppose that's where all of my efforts have gone. If we could continue to do so, that question would be solved, and then we would go with full abandon into testing the limits of its capabilities.
Are there groups that do illegally harvest and experiment with Fatricite?
I would not be surprised. There are a great many groups that wish to harvest it themselves, though if experimentation is ever undertaken, well, there are no public notes about it, as such a thing would reveal that they illegally acquired it.
Right.
With the right ears, though, suppose you would be able to find such information.
How curious.
A curious notion indeed. I see you've undertaken quite the interest in magic, then.
No. Just noting that it could kill me.
Well, oftentimes a source of such power, when used in the wrong hands, has any limitless potential. Take, for instance, before there were many well-versed in magic, the hammer, when used in the right hands, could build homes, and in the wrong hands could murder innocents. Such a thing is always a risk, but if we live in fear of the risk, well, we'll never learn of the benefits.
Are there signs or tell someone has come in contact with Fatricite or has used it or harvested it?
Am I aware of any?
It doesn't like leave anything behind.
Does it have like a specific magical blueprint kind of deal or thumbprint? It's like, oh, that's Fatricite. That's not arcane or, you know.
Well, I guess in the
That's an interesting
sense of
question.
like, if you were to say to use detect magic and it would go to detect a school, there would be no school, and that's how
But it
you would
would
know it
glow,
would be Fatricite. Yeah, because it's not. It doesn't belong to a school. It's just innately magical. And like if it was so Fatricite is also used to make items, like artificers use it all the time. To make magical items. And in that case, it's very blatant because it serves as a power core. So you will see it in and on the item as a source of power. I think it's like kind of it. If someone's like used Fatricite to say regain a spell slot, there's no real residue to that. You just regain a spell slot, you know.
And the final question.
Of course.
One thing I've learned with my brief time with the druids and with reading all the things that I've read and places that I've been, nature is balanced. And though the creation of fratricide may not be natural, there has to be balance. So is there an anti-fratricide? Something that is complete opposite or counters it?
I admire your mind, Yen. That's a wonderful hypothesis. I suppose there must be in some way. Though if such a thing exists, I have no knowledge of it. An interesting notion indeed.
How curious.
Quite. I suppose that exploratory missions would be worth undertaking at some point, should they be authorized in such a way that would not cause chaos. I enjoy our talks, Yen. They always serve to open my own mind as well.
As do I. Did I tell you about when the Hydra was chomping down?
He would actually humor you, but eventually, yeah.
All right. If no one has anything else, then we will move on to a new day. Oh, I'm on the wrong page here. You all would wake up as you would. So, who is anyone an early riser? Is anyone just normal? Is anyone a late riser? So I see, yeah, and you were nodding for early. Okay. Anyone else who would consider
for Lavos.
themselves an early riser? You would open your doors in the morning to see a small doll on the floor outside your door. It's made out of twigs and straw and cloth, and it has these strings that kind of tightly constrict it to make it look like a human or humanoid. And Lavos, you in particular can roll me an investigation check. Yeah, and I just don't know if you would
Copy that.
know about this.
I'm looking at the twigs and stuff to see if it looks like materials local to this island, if it seems like it's from somewhere else.
I'm refreshing.
In that case, you can roll me a nature. Lavos, you're not entirely sure what this is beyond, say, a doll. But
Is it all?
I'll say that you know in some magics that your kind uses, dolls like this are used.
Okay. That makes sense. Would I know the name of the type of magic, or just that some magic
I'll
happened?
say what you would know is that these types of dolls are typically used to either hex or charm someone. I'll say that. So, yeah.
There's a connection between an individual and the doll
Yeah.
in some way. I see.
Yeah.
Okay.
And then, Yen, you can tell that these twigs and materials actually do not come from the Lonely Islet. Considering you've been around the world, I'm gonna say that you would most commonly find these materials either in the Greenlands or in the wetlands, the Whispering Wetlands.
Okay. Do they seem natural though? Like pure,
Yeah.
just
Yeah.
nothing weird about them?
Yeah.
So with the doll, you said it has some sort of like fine twine around it as well.
Yeah,
too?
so it
Or-
kind of like takes the twigs and the straw, and the string kind of like, for example, would be around the neck to make it look like a head. And then it would be like around the shoulders to make arms and around the torso to, kind of just to create the shape more so than like anything else. And then it kind of has cloth that's just kind of like a cloak around it, if you will. It's very simple.
Okay. Copy that.
Yeah, I'll leave it at that.
I know where Yen's quarters are, right?
Yeah, I would assume so.
Okay. I'm gonna I'm holding the doll kind of like away from me. I want to be very careful with this thing, knowing that it might have a link to me or someone else. I'm treating it with a lot of care.
Yeah.
So I'm now kind of walking down the hallway with it, going towards Yen's chambers, and then eventually towards Katash's chambers.
Okay. So yeah, you would see Lavos walking towards you, holding the doll very far away from his body.
What's wrong with you?
So I'm assuming you got a doll as well.
Yeah, it's right here.
Oh, don't shake it about like that. It's, you see, I'm not sure exactly what this is, but it bears some resemblance to something I saw in my tribe. It's some sort of a connection, I believe, between a doll and an individual. So what happens to the doll happens to the individual, and it can cause a lot of pain and suffering, which makes sense given the name of this trial being pain. So maybe don't shake it about.
I look at my doll. Does it have any resemblance to anyone or myself?
You don't have to roll for this. No, it's a very generic.
This doll is made of twigs and cloth. Though they're not from here, it's either from the Greenlands or the Whispering Wetlands. But it's...
I never made one myself. I'm not sure what the rules are, but I think it's better safe than sorry to not be careless with it.
Poke his belly.
Oh.
But just...
It might not even be you that it's connected to. Just keep that in mind.
Oh. Then we should keep it safe, and I put it in my shell.
My thoughts exactly. We have to tell Katash before he accidentally claws it or something.
He might think it's a scratching post.
Okay, so you guys head over to Katash. Katash, early riser, mid riser, late riser. Where are you at?
Mid riser, just like normal times.
All right. So as I would say then, as like Katash and Yensid are approaching, you'd probably still be asleep. So you guys would see the doll kind of outside the soup kitchen, kind of sitting up. The doll's like sitting up, looking at the door. If it had a face, it doesn't.
Is there a bench around, like outside, in the soup kitchen area?
Like the walkways kind of have benches. So.
Oh, he's not up yet. We'll wait. I'm gonna sit down and wait.
Lazy tabaxi.
And I'll wait there for as long as it takes for him to wake
I'll
up.
knock on the soup kitchen.
No,
I'm ready for breakfast.
Breakfast is at 8 o'clock.
It's 8 o'clock.
The trials have started though. You can get your rest though. We can wait if you want to finish sleeping. But we do have some news before you.
Oh, Lavos, Yen. Oh, no. Come on in.
Should we
didn't
grab
realize
his doll?
I don't know
doll?
exactly. I think we'll just leave it for him to handle.
All right.
And him alone.
I'll go meet them at the door.
Okay. As you open the door, Lavos is sitting on a bench, kind of a little far away. Yen's like right there, and then kind of a little bit past Yen on the floor. You see this doll that's just again twigs and straw bound by twine, and then wearing like a generic piece of cloth.
My pupils dilate.
It's just like sitting and looking at you. But it doesn't have eyes.
Before you handle that doll there, I have to let you know of what I think it might be. Back in my tribe where I came from, there were dolls that were similar to this that had a connection between the doll and the individual, just any individual. And so what happens to the doll happens to the individual to some degree. So just be careful with it. If it's you that it's connected to, you don't want to hurt yourself, and it's someone else that you're connected to, that it's connected to, you don't want to hurt them.
I think I understand. My pupils will narrow as I Pick up.
I love
Okay.
that.
You pick it up.
Immediately grabs it, does the back kick with the back legs.
It looks to be it looks to be made from materials not from here, but they are natural. It appears, at least my eye.
It's strange. It's made of sticks and string. Wow.
I imagine we actually probably don't have to bother Galleon with this one today, since we got an explanation of the previous trial. Perhaps we'll get one of this as well. I imagine they wouldn't just leave us a doll and then figure it out and nothing in between.
What if, perhaps, we're supposed to treat it like our child, and we have to make sure it stays safe, and that no harm comes to it?
That's exactly what I'm supposing. Just maybe
So
not feeding it like you would a
funny.
child, or swaddling it. That's unnecessary in my mind, perhaps.
All right.
I'm gonna put the thing to my ear. It makes any sounds.
No. Well, actually, yes. It would be like very crinkly and crunchy.
So, I guess breakfast then, or you said it's at 8, so we can wait.
No, it does look like it's about 8 o'clock. I'll get started for you. You have mammoth or bison steaks and
Mammoth?
eggs.
Steaks for breakfast. Oh, that's
Yes.
wonderful.
Steak and eggs?
Steak and eggs, baby.
And I have some greens with breakfast.
Let's see what we got here.
Not around here, partner.
Yeah, vegetation is a little harder to find. We got kale and some potatoes.
Perfect.
Potatoes.
His mouth.
He's just making low growls as he's carrying.
Sorry.
That was good.
So you guys enjoy breakfast, and it's not until after breakfast that you would hear Selfina's voice as she says, "Please, everyone, come join us in the meditation garden."
Our assumptions were correct.
One of my favorite
And
places.
bring your doll.
Beautiful. We're on the right track. We're figuring it out.
I think we're top of the class with this one.
Yeah, honestly, I agree after what we saw there.
Wait, I think I have a sash around here somewhere. I'm gonna look for like a scarf just to like wrap it. And, like,
Oh,
put it-
perfect.
like
My mother did this for me, like a baby. My mother did this for me when I was young.
I'm holding mine out with the same care.
Okay. So in the meditation garden, you gather with the other recruits. You will notice that a good portion of them are not here from yesterday. Those who
wondered.
have fallen
Quitters.
are now disqualified from the trial. and have
Losers.
failed.
Understood.
Giving you the sense that if you fail a trial, you cannot progress to the next one.
Okay.
Understood.
Okay.
Good thing the monks brought me up then, huh?
No kidding.
In the meditation garden, the three sisters have gathered. And Selfina says, "This is the trial of sacrifice, a moment to sever what binds you to the life you've left behind. Not to destroy your love, but to free yourselves from its weight. To move forward, you must first let go. You will step into the circle, and it will reveal what holds you back. People, memories, objects, all threads tying you to the life you knew." And you would notice Morvella kind of gestures, and there is a magic circle on the ground. And Juniper would say, "And all you have to do," and she holds up this knife, "is cut the thread." To cut the thread, oh, sorry, this is Selfina, my bad. To cut the thread does not sever your love nor the bonds you cherish. It severs you from your past life so that you may embrace the path ahead. And you guys would know that in the breach guard, once you are a member of the breach guard, any association with a clan, a family, whatnot is shed, and you are now breach guard. What this does, though, is it allows you to go anywhere, pretty much, that the breach guard is welcome. If you were a criminal, you can go where you were originally not allowed to go because you would have been arrested. You can now say, I'm breach guard, and they're like, well, he's a breach guard, can't arrest him. There are some regions, I will warn you, that people have talked about, which don't really care for that breach guard thing and will still just throw you in jail, and they don't care. But yeah, so you guys do know that after being here for so long.
Can I quickly insight check them on their statements about it not affecting our ties, like on a spiritual level?
Yeah.
I actually would like to do the same. Specifically they said like a disconnect from your past life.
Mhm.
He wants to figure out more about his past life, so he wants to know if it feels like it'd be impeding that journey.
Okay.
I believe them.
So, Yen said, you get the feeling that they are telling the truth. Like, when you cut this tie, you don't, like, forget who this person is. They don't forget who you are. You guys still have the relationships and the memories that you have forged together. However, I will say there's a bit of grain of salt to that. For people who are from the Arctic Highlands, which you will note a bunch of people do not even want to do this task. They actually just immediately walk away. Those people are from the Arctic Highlands. You would tell by their Scottish accent that I can't do. And it's because their clans are so heavily rooted into who they are.
I look at Lavos.
Different clans.
You wouldn't see trepidation on his face, just curiosity.
In
So-
terms of shedding your past, Lavos, you can tell that they do kind of mean it to leave your past behind and to go forward. But with that, you can tell they're mostly directing that to people who have suffered severe loss from these rifts, who are getting into this because they want vengeance, because they want revenge, because they lost someone they don't know what else to do without them, kind of thing. They want those people to kind of shed their past.
I see.
But how far that stretches into people who haven't really been affected by the rifts to that extent, you're not sure how far that goes in terms of them saying to shed your past.
Okay. Copy that.
What do you think they mean by cutting the threads?
Oh, you survived.
Right, you did.
I
was a difficult one.
imagine they mean probably quite literally. We would be cutting some sort of a thread on these dolls here, and it's significant or actually linked to forgetting something of the past.
They'd be telling us such things because I can't tell the difference in here. It looks like twine to me.
Same.
It does to me as well. But maybe they'll show us what they mean of how exactly to do it. Are they
I
already gone?
suppose.
The ladies or no?
No, they're kind of
Okay.
around the magic circle. And I'll say while you guys are talking, other people are stepping onto the circle, and they are definitely seeing things that you guys are not seeing. Like, some people are bursting into tears. Other people are just like, I can't do this, and scared. And then there are some who just kind of go through it and cut the strings, or like make cutting motions, I should say, and just get off, and it was like, that was easy. So you can tell for some people it's really, really easy, and for other people it's super difficult.
I see. But they said that once you step on the circle, you'll be shown what you're leaving behind, and then you have the choice to cut the string. Is there more than one circle, or just the one
Just the one.
that's there? Okay.
Well, there's nothing really holding me back. I want to see this through. 'Cause it all ties into mortal. So I'm going, and I just start walking up to the circle.
I'd get up as
Alright.
well. Start walking.
Katashi joining them?
No, I'm gonna look down at the dwarf. What What was your name?
Varnak. Varnak Cold Spitter.
Oh, you did good work in that fight yesterday.
Didn't exactly feel like it. It seemed like a lot of you knew what you were doing. If you hadn't been there, to be honest, a great many more probably have failed. But I tried.
What's your biggest fear?
Well, you prevented it that day, lad. And I tried to do so as well. Did more than nothing, but not quite enough. So the saying goes.
We appreciate you and what you did out there in that field. If you ever
No,
get
you-
hungry, come by the soup kitchen.
Oh, I will. I'm hungry often. Well, hopefully by the end of this, we'll all be breach guard together, aye?
I mean, yes.
Mhm.
Right then. Well, shall we?
I'm gonna follow Jensen and Lavos
Okay.
up to the
So, as I'm seeing it, it's Yensid, Lavos, Katash, and then Varnok. Or, yeah. Varnok.
Coal spitter.
Coal Spitter. I'm just gonna call you Coal Spitter.
Spitter or
Yeah.
splitter?
Spitter.
Spitter.
Be spitting it.
You do be
Well,
He
spitting coal.
literally does
Coal
spit
Spitter.
coal.
That means
Yeah.
he doesn't give 100%.
Exactly. Coal
Okay.
quitter.
I was just gonna say it, damn it.
Yensid, you step into
ma'am.
the circle with your doll.
With my doll.
And as
Oh,
you
I need
do,
to pull it out of my shell.
pull it out of your shell. And as you step into the circle, you are on this little like floating landmass with the circle with the sisters, and this vast starlit void is around you. Your doll kind of floats out of your hand, and as it does, it morphs into like a stuffed animal version of you.
Hmm.
And from it, you see these strings of light shoot out into the void. And as each one shoots out, another, like a landmass rises. Like these little islands out into the starlit sea. And on each of these islands is something or someone. So your first island pops up, and floating there is your grimoire of stories. The second island pops up, and there you see Isla, Selfie, Yavrina, and Kilseath. Another island pops up, and you see your parents. Another island pops up, and you see Edwina and Mib. And the last island pops up, and you see Ash TSA. He's like, it's gonna be easy for me.
So
Try me.
Great Sisters 3. Are they still around me?
They're like, yeah, they're like the older one's like nodding as to the way you said that, and Juniper's like, what?
Do I have to cut all of these ties or just one of?
You must sever every tie that could interfere with your duty to the breach guard.
May I question you a little on this? For if you look, and I point at the first one, the grimoire, and then I'll point at Edwina and Mortimer, and then I'll point to HTSA. Without these connections, I would not want to take the test. I would not want to be. For it is these connections that drive me to learn about this, help dispose of. Would it not be wise to keep those bonds, those connections?
If you were caught between closing a rift and finding that place, you must choose one over the other, no? And well, if you
What
choose
if-
the place, then you'll be giving up on the rift, which would be totally against what the breach guard does. So,
But what if they're one and the same? What if the rift leads to this?
we do not know of the place that you have presented to us. It is the magic of the circle that digs deep into your soul. We cannot say if that place is beyond the breach or not.
How curious. 3 as powerful as you. I look. How old does the oldest one look?
We're like 70. Older than Galleon for sure.
And she's human? Or
Yes, she's human.
as powerful as you 3 are, and as wise as you 3 are, you do not know of Ashtiase?
Isn't that a myth in a book?
Looking to see if the other 2 react at all, or if it's just the youngest.
You would see them kind of nod to what Juniper says.
It may be a myth, it may not be. I'm sure these rifts were but a myth once.
And every single god of this world was once a myth as well. Are
Oh.
myths now.
Are they?
Well, yes, of course they are.
Do their magics and influence not still cover these lands?
Well, who's to say if it was really them who did it, or if it was just the world itself developing?
Not you or I.
Precisely. It is what we choose to put our faith in that is real to us.
My faith tells me these rifts are a terrible, terrible. And they must be dealt with.
So the question lies: do they need
Sever
to be
the
dealt
first tie,
with more
as
than the
she's
things
saying.
you love?
With pain. Just start severing one by one. And when I get to Mib and Edwina, at first it's like hesitation as I'm looking at Mib. But then I see Edwina and how she potentially died for us. I don't know if she's dead or alive. I know that I have to push through, so I just sever the last 2.
As you sever
Okay,
those,
I should have asked beforehand, but will I ever get those back?
a thread once cut is never repaired. As the threads dissolve into this shimmering liquid, and Selfina holds out a vial and it kind of drips into the vial, and she hands it to you. And Juniper says, "Congratulations, you succeeded. Keep that thing close. You only get one."
What is it?
The blood of the devourer. It's needed
What?
for the elixir.
What?
What is the Devourer? Have I heard of the Devourer?
Seaweed.
Actually,
Damn you, Joel!
It could be. We're connected to the beyond.
I'll say this. I'm not entirely sure what the devourer is per se, but I know it comes out of the rift.
I cut the ties to these bonds, these threads of fate and love and whatever, and in return it cooled into liquid.
Yeah.
Was my fate tied to the Devourer? I'm confused now.
As far as we know, this is where the rifts lead to. It's where everything leads to. Yensid, you are currently in the beyond. Or something close to that because, magic.
Oh boy. I have more questions for you all, but I know you're busy with the trials. If you don't
And we
mind,
also
I would
really
love to
can't
stop in.
answer too many because that would be cheating.
They're not necessarily about the trials.
Well, when the trials are over, we can certainly communicate with you.
Thank you.
I was just tempted to say, builds relations.
Stow the vial. Actually, I'm gonna wrap it in something and then stow it, so that way it has padding.
Okay. Okay. Lavos, you're next.
Did I hear any of that conversation, or did that
No.
happen in his? Okay, copy that.
It was almost like there's silence on it, but you could see him kind of like talking to them. You could
Yeah.
see his struggle, his reactions as they were
Yeah.
kind of playing out. You could see all of that, but you couldn't hear anything. Because again, the trials are kept so secretive.
Yeah, I kind of just look at Yen to see if he looks back towards us at all. If he does, I'd kind of give him like a "you good" like head nod towards him, like an eye
Once
gesture.
he gets off the circle, or
Yeah, if he
Okay.
gets off the circle and like looks back towards us, Lavos will just be checking like, "You good?" You know,
are you good?
not actually
Jensen?
saying anything, but
No, I am not good.
would you look back?
Everything that
towards
has drove me for the last 175 years, 170 years,
Hey,
has
You could have said no.
right, but
it was the quest objective.
yeah.
You can say
How am I
no
gonna get
at
my
any
reward?
time. You guys can say I don't want to do this anymore. You could do that at any time. I'm not
I want a new
forcing you.
character.
I take it all back. I didn't say any of that. I still inside have the want and the urge to write. Yes,
Yeah.
and all that.
As far as you feel in this very moment, you don't feel like anything's changed.
Okay.
However, the way you interpret that trial and how that affects you still affects you, if that makes sense.
Gotcha. I'm not sure, Lava, but I will be okay, and I think it was the right thing. These rifts have to.
On that we agree. I'm gonna step onto the circle then.
Okay. Again, you are on this kind of floating landmass, a starlit void out in front of you. Your doll, wherever it may be, floats out, turning into a doll version of yourself. From there, these strings of light shoot out into the void, and from each one, an island rises. The first island to rise for you is Vesha and Vukju.
Thought so.
The second island is the Arcane Codex.
I knew it. Yeah.
The third island is Galleon Eldarian.
Yep. Those are the three that I was expecting.
The fourth island is Arendelle, surrounded by the venerated beasts.
Ooh. Ooh. Oh, that's a tough one, dude. Oh shit.
Because essentially this trial is asking you to put the breach guard before everything laid out before you.
Oh. Is that the final?
That is
island?
the last island to rise.
Oh
Actually,
my god.
I'll do one more island. Because I thought about this earlier
Okay.
today. There's an island with a silhouette of a person on it. You can't tell
Do I recognize
anything
the form?
about this form. You
Is it
do
Kieran?
not what? Yes, it's Kieran. You've been Elrin the whole time. No,
No.
it's a form you don't recognize. Do these things make sound?
These things. Okay.
No, I'll say it's just it. There's just a very enigmatic, mysterious silhouette of a person on an island.
Weird. Okay. Are the ladies present with
Yeah.
me in this space? Okay.
Yeah. They're kind of like, they're, I guess, kind of behind you. So, like, there's Marvella and Juniper and Selfina, and then you on the circle, and then the island's out before you with the strings. And Juniper
Okay.
holds out the knife. When you're ready.
I do take it. I grab it. I have a question, if I may ask.
You may.
A few, if that's all right.
I
This
guess.
one here. I point towards Arundel and the venerated beasts. It's actually quite important. And when I say important, I mean I'm not sure if I could close a rift without that. There. I'm a magic wielder, and I don't want to get too in depth as to where I got my magics from. I imagine you being a coven of witches, it's a bit safer to say, but I'm still trepidatious. But that's very important, and I'd lose it without them.
So you are implying that you are a warlock.
I never said the words. You said the words, but
Hey, look, we get it. Our pact might not be with a single entity, but it's a pact nonetheless. Being
you
in a
have pact as
coven
well.
does not make us safer. Well, yeah, our pact is to each other. The pact of the coven.
Can you share that pact and also be a part of the breach guard? Are you a part of the breach guard, or just someone that they lean on?
You would take Juniper kind of like cock her head and look to the other dude like, are we a part of the breach guard? And then Morvella would kind of like lean back a little bit and think about it. Zelfina would say, we have our alliances with the breach guard. Our coven was more than 3 at one time, and we have seen the harrowing events of the rift. Our pact doesn't interfere with our duties, but we do understand what you mean. However, that being said, the circle kind of picks up on things that go a little more outside of the, pact thing. What Juniper is trying to say is there's more of an emotional attachment to these individuals that are outside of your pact.
She's not wrong about that. She gave me power, and I was very powerless before it. And I longed to be able to enact change, and she gave me that opportunity. And for that, I'm very grateful. And I sympathize with her plight. And I vowed to help her. I've also vowed to others to destroy these rifts, and I mean to do both. But I can't do one without the other. If I am to cut or sever this tie, will I lose my connection to my patron, to Eridnil?
She will still be your patron. How you interpret the severing of your tie, how it affects your psyche, is something else entirely.
May I ask, what sort of binding contract is this? If I later in life, nearing my end, I decide I no longer want to close these rifts. Instead, I want to be a farmer. Is this breaking this pact and it reaps repercussions of some sort?
This isn't really like a contract or a pact.
Well, that's nice to know.
What it is the idea that you will live on knowing that you cut this tie. It is the idea that you are putting something before the things you cherish most. If you are not willing to do that, you need not cut the ties.
He's gonna think for a sec. Oh, fuck, I hate doing this, but
Oh
I'm
no!
gonna-
Not the dice
gonna-
gods.
I'm gonna let the dice decide. I just gotta think of... Okay. Oh, shit. Okay.
That's a 3. That's a 3. That's a 3.
Oh, shit.
Hey, they always say you make a decision when you flip a coin.
Fact. Ooh. I'm sorry. Ooh.
No, take your time. This was meant. So I'll put this in perspective. Galleon did say this was the hardest trial for him.
Yeah, that's the thing that he's realizing, though, is that Galleon did this one. Because he said he made it up to the last one and then didn't do it.
Yeah, he didn't take
But
the
he's-
elixir, but he still breached guard. because
Exactly.
That's irrelevant.
Yeah, from connection.
Mhm.
So, but he did this and severed a tie. But he still very clearly has the tie.
Yes, he
So-
does.
Oh, wow. Okay. He'll thank you for explaining everything. I appreciate it. All of this is very convoluted and confusing. So,
Honestly, our kind isn't very well liked, so we get it. And what Juniper is trying to say is, when it comes to witches and warlocks, we tend to look out for each other, if possible, if we're not at war, which we are most of the time.
would you do me a favor then and take that island out of here, so I don't have
We
to
don't
cut it
control the
away?
circle.
I'm curious what that's.
We just write it.
Thank you. I'm gonna cut him.
Ooh. Ooh. Okay. You cut the strings, and as you do, the streams of light turn into the shimmering liquid that Selfina captures in a vial. And Juniper hands it to you and says, "Watch out, some people have sticky fingers, and you only get one."
Only get one of these.
The vial, it's needed to make the elixir. If you don't have both components when you get to the end of the last trial, well, you don't get an elixir.
Thank you. Good to know.
Mhm.
I'll be off then. I'm gonna step out of the circle.
You can kind of hear them talk about like they know how difficult that is, you know, like just between the patron and like imagining having to cut ties with each other for them. They just kind of murmur about
Yeah.
that for a second.
Yeah.
You
Oof.
step off. You're back in the real world.
Look back towards Katash. Best of luck. No, they do answer questions. Ask as many as you like. I had a few. Their answers are not always satisfactory, but they are clarifying.
How's
You
your
could call it that.
how's your head? Did they
It's
take
spinning.
any memories from you?
No, I'm still me. I still feel the same. It's just, I guess, priorities have changed a bit. But no, I'm still me. You will not lose your memories, but feel free to ask questions.
Thank you. And I'm gonna step onto the circle.
As you step onto the circle, you are now on this floating island in a starlit void. The three sisters are behind you. And the doll that you had floats out and turns into a doll version of yourself before shooting out streams and strings of light. Each one causes an island to rise. The first island to rise for you is your family and the caravan. The second is Kylel and Janaya, as well as the other refugees. The third is Daze
Take that out.
holding. Oh, did I?
The third is
The third is Daze holding your fishbone whip. And the fourth is Endolin. Oh no, he froze. Why is his internet so fine until it's his turn? The internet
I know.
gods hate you.
That's so weird.
That's ridiculous.
Did
Okay.
you hear the fourth?
Weird. No, not at all.
The fourth is Endolin.
Just those four.
Just those four.
I haven't had you by my side much. The whole time. Now, when I cut this thread, I will still have the chance to see them. Yes.
I mean, they don't die.
And what's there to worry about? And I grab the knife from them and I'll cut them all. Just like
Okay.
swift motion.
Real quick. No regrets. Again,
They
it
shall remain in my heart on my journey where I have kept them all.
that's a nice sentiment. They all coalesce into the shimmering liquid that is captured in a vial. Juniper hands it to you as she says, "Don't lose it now. You'll need it for the last trial."
And I'll quickly put it away.
Okay. All right, you step off, not thinking twice about it.
It seems
That was fast.
it's a,
Huh.
I believe it was a test of resolve. I fear mine shall not be shaken.
I respect it.
Sorry, I
Did
need
somebody
second
else?
breakfast. I don't know about you all for the rest of the day, but I need to see Galleon once again.
Yes, I did too. Yes.
Oh, all right.
A question or so.
If
Look,
If you need to
don't,
see him in private, that's
no,
perfectly fine.
No, I did have a question that was quite personal, though, for you two.
Certainly. I'll answer if I can.
Which tie gave you the most hesitation?
I've told them I'm a warlock, right? Okay. For me,
Actually, that's up to you.
Uh,
Yeah,
I've
I
told them
can't tell
my
you.
I've told them that my source of power comes from an individual, and I've dropped the name Arundel before. I know I said that much in what we talked about in the chat.
I didn't
beforehand.
recognize that name as a god,
Oh,
right?
that's
so I would
right.
have known.
Right.
So I would have
Yeah.
known that he couldn't have been a cleric or a paladin
Yeah.
or.
Yeah.
I guess the question is, I know for you, Yen said you are a magic wielder, so like the arcane world is something you would know of. Whereas like Katash, you are not a magic wielder. You did not come from magic wielders. No one really around you wielded magic. So whether or not you even know that warlocks really exist is another question.
Probably not.
I'm gonna
I
say
I would think
probably
they're another
not.
mage.
Yeah, honestly, you would probably just call all spellcasters mages or magi. You know, like, yeah, you guys
Yeah.
do things that I can't. That kind of
But-
thing.
Didn't we say that like warlocks? Didn't you tell me warlocks and witches and that were more common around like Gujek and Grimmer?
Yes, for you, Yen said.
Yeah,
Gujek
so I
Island
know
and the
very well.
Whispering Wetlands in particular
Mhm.
are very witch and warlock heavy.
Right. So they're okay in my book, right? We've established.
Yeah,
that.
they're okay in
I
your
know.
book. I think for Yensid, if you or for Katash, if you've heard of them, then they would have been told to you in more of like an urban legend creepypasta kind of way, that they're here to kill you and to ruin your life and scare you and that sort of
It
thing.
makes sense. He tried to kill me.
They do have a really bad reputation. Yeah, and they take pacts with the darkness, you know, like they're kind of spoken of in that way.
For me,
You just revealed that.
he's kind of going to dive into it a bit more. He's told y'all enough that you could surmise he likely was a warlock, but it's better to name drop it. But I've told you all before that my power isn't necessarily normal, and where it comes from an individual that I've encountered along my way, and well, I've made a bit of a pact with, you might call it. And this is something that
Master?
should. Arundel is the name I've mentioned in the past, and
Saying that name.
they should be very, very secretive. So don't say this anywhere else, please. But I am what's known as a warlock. I'm sure you've heard of us.
See if anybody's listening in on our conversation.
Roll a perception check.
I would have definitely gone off to the fucking side to do this, by the way.
Yeah.
And whispered.
Okay. You can tell that no one's really listening. A lot of people in this area who've already gone through the trials are taking moments to themselves to steel themselves from what they've been through. Joel's
Joel.
listening.
Joel's listening
You see
in.
Joel on the
The
road
devourer.
staring at you. No. You see some people who haven't gone yet just talking amongst each other, like afraid, like, do I have to give up this and blah, blah, blah. You also see, not too far away, Galleon, who seems to be
Oh.
watching over this trial.
Wow. Okay. Damn. So it's sort of, well, we're hunted, and I've found out from my reading, and annihilated for what we are. But a lot of people think us to be evil, but we're not. We're just, well, we're those who we had to bargain for survival when all other doors were shut, and that's what it was for me. And so I made a deal, and this deal that I made was with this individual Arundel, and she was one of the ones on this island for me. Which is very perplexing to me, because the only way I can close these rifts or have any effect at all is to wield the magic she gives me. And so it's difficult, but I feel no different after having severed it. They said it was more of an emotional tie than that of a pact or that of a magical tie. So I suppose the honor I've lent her, maybe it's just there's now a priority on top of that. So it's very strange, and I'm not sure how to feel about it yet. But it's a tough decision. I also hope that's safe in your mind and mouths, this knowledge. I trust you now.
I've come across quite a few in my time. They're quite relevant where I'm from originally.
Oh, Well, that's good to
And
know.
would you say, Gia, that I've probably met some bad apples, but for the most part, they've been kind or good?
Okay, Gujek Island probably not. Gujek Island, it is governed by power. So the warlocks you met were like chieftains who use their warlock power to defend their title, to put people down and things like that. So in that case, not really.
In my worldly experience, Gujek Island
In
is
your worldly
bad guys.
No, they're not. They just
Not bad, but
their focus is power. Like that is how they live. But I would say like the warlocks you have met, some of them are really just trying to live their lives. Like they're just ordinary people just trying to live their lives. Yes, there are ones who do it for power, but like in Lavos' case, there are ones who did it because they didn't really have a choice. And sometimes there's a price to pay for that. Like maybe they might have told you that they've had to do some things they don't personally agree with, but if they don't do it, there's consequences. And others who have taken up pacts with, I almost want to say, agreeable patrons who honestly they just live their lives and their patron helps their business. You know, like it's not always this grandiose thing.
As long as your life is your life. Your choices are your choices. But if you don't let this power become a thirst power, I see no issues.
The one she fights against actually is the one who has the thirst for power. She, on the other hand, she didn't force me to do anything. I asked her what, and she said, do what you want.
She's fighting.
Oh, yes. It's two sides of the same coin up there in the tundra. It's her, Arundel, who fights for, well, the nature and the livelihood of all there and wants there to be community of some sort. And then there's... Oh, his name! The fuck is his name?
Always forget his name.
I always forget his name.
I believe in you. Yep, it's an R.
Row your boat.
Where Lavos notes?
You can
Where?
do it. I believe.
Okay.
You took
okay.
really
It's
good
down here.
notes.
Yes, you
I
did.
took really good
It's
notes.
there.
So many.
It's
Yep.
here.
It's right
here.
there. Scroll up a bit.
No, you're right. You're right. No, I got it.
I'll like it.
Rujok.
Yes.
Yeah.
Say it one more time with enunciation.
Rujok.
It's
Rujok.
RU apostrophe JOK.
I had it wrong.
I told you that last time. You also said
Is it
you had it
okay?
wrong, so I just don't think you ever fixed it.
It's AK for me. I always get that and Vukchu for some reason. It's just conflated in my mind.
I don't know.
I can
They're-
see why.
yeah, they're
It's
pretty close.
K and a J. Yeah.
Rujok. He fights for the trolls in there. They were the original inhabitants of that land, and then more people came in, and he believes that they own it and are the rightful owners, and so he fights for them, but she fights for all, including the trolls. They have a place there, and so I saw her side and chose her, and she chose me, I guess.
I've seen that power struggle in many places.
You have.
It's a slippery slope, but I agree. Arundel,
Arundel, yes.
there's a place, including warlocks.
I think so as well.
Well, as long as you're not throwing spells at me in battle, I think we're okay.
As a one-time deal, hopefully. Sorry again, Yen. I just thought I could take out all the heads at once.
What do you? What? I'm confused. Why are you apologizing now?
I struck you in battle.
No, the Hydra took me down.
Oh yes, he definitely
Oh, yes.
dealt a...
That did happen. I do remember that.
So long as we're all
I'm
right,
gonna
friend.
I'm gonna like shoot
Yes.
Lava to look like
Then no need for an apology.
And what about you, Cat?
Well, I asked them if I would be able to still see my loved ones. They said yes, so I had no problem.
That's fair.
That makes sense. And for you, Yen?
Well, there were many a different choice. Many. Some not so much. Like my parents. I mean, they're parents, but as a turtle, we leave the nest quite early and don't look back really. But some acquaintances and friends, mentors, goals, they were quite difficult. But these rifts and the search for them, the study of them and the closing of them is far more important than any self-serving goal.
It's the same conclusion I came to. So
Yes.
we're aligned. Well, I'm glad we all made the choice, so we don't have to go through without the others.
Let's hope that we all make the same choices and pass the further test so we can essentially stay together, as I'm growing quite fond of you two.
As am I with you. I don't have many friends in this world, only a couple. So here now, entered my inner circle, as it were.
Inner circle.
I think I've only ever had an outer circle. I was surprised I had ties. But you two are enjoyable. I don't mind cooking for either of you.
That's good.
I don't
'cause
mind you cooking for us
eating the
either.
food. Yeah. High five. I still want to speak to Galleon. If we can find him, though. Did either of you see him?
You saw him.
No. Yeah, you saw him.
Oh, shit, I saw him. Where'd he go?
As you try to remember where you last saw Galleon, let us take a bathroom break.
Yeah.
You mean another piece of cheesecake break?
Do we get to see
Okay, listen here,
posters?
Challenge.
You know what happened last time.
We're kind of focusing on you guys.
What bite
so,
cheesecake?
Perfectly fine. Yeah.
Yeah. You
Yeah.
did have one though.
Okay. Copy that.
All right.
Yes.
Well, we will be back, chat.
I love you
All
very
right.
much. Goodbye, chat.
We love you.
We'll be back, chat.
A whisper in the dark, a tale untold, where shadows stretch as the night turns cold, where wanderers are lost with nothing to claim, but the earth is shaking and the skies aren't the same. The rift is tearing through silent panic, swallowing stars and stealing magic. Who are we to fight as the world falls apart? But there's fire in our hands and a spark in our hearts. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and a step beyond the breach. A turtle seeking stories lost to time, each word a map for the mountains he climbs. A tabaxi feeds the world aflame, for slaves a Robin Hood he became. And I'll see more lost in the frozen deep, with memories faded, secrets to keep. We are broken, forgotten, underrate, but heroes arise when the hour's too late. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. We are the stories no one will tell, the songs of old and forgotten wells. From hammer and book, oh, from shield and blade, in the silence of scholars, in the choices we've made. The rift may hunger, it may swallow us whole, but it cannot claim what burns in our soul. In the fading light, as the darkness spreads, we rise with the dawn through the path we tread. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. In silence we stand, with fire in our eyes. Ordinary souls, but we choose to rise. Through the breach we'll walk without fear, to reignite hope and make the path clear. A whisper in the dark, a tale untold, where shadows stretch as the night turns cold. Where wanderers lost with nothing to claim, but the earth is shaking and the skies aren't the same. The rift is tearing through silent panic, swallowing stars and stealing magic. Who are we to fight as the world falls apart? But there's fire in our hands and a spark in our hearts. With blood we sacrifice, through sweat we preserve, from tears we unite. At the rift where shadows creep, we'll rise from the dust, no fear, no sleep. With hearts like steel, we'll face the night. Together we'll stand ready to fight. Through storms of doubt, our spirits roar. With each step forward, we'll open the door. Though the path is dark and the end's out of reach, we'll stand united and step beyond the breach. A turtle seeking stories lost to time. Each word a map for the mountains he climbs. A tabaxi feeds the world aflame.
All right, stay cool, stay cool.
Okay.
I chat. I always do, Josh.
Hi,
Well,
Hi.
Lavos always does.
Oh, I get it.
He's just a chill
Weird
guy.
seeing you here.
He's such a chill guy.
Crazy.
Do you come here often, chat?
Did you like visit Twitch like every day?
Alrighty. So, jumping back into it. You guys set out to find Galleon, who is standing, I guess, sort of nearby. This does take place in the meditation garden, so maybe you were sitting on a bench, actually.
Yeah.
Just kind of watching how this progresses for each person, each recruit going through this trial. Take it away. No, I'm kidding. Jensen, you approach.
Did Galleon tell all of us that he didn't complete the trials?
He
Just-
did.
He did.
He did complete the trials.
But he didn't take
chose
the
not to
final
drink
trial.
the elixir. So he is a Reach Guard member, but he did not drink the elixir.
Right. Okay. Galleon.
There he is.
Hello, Ian.
Um,
Hello, everyone.
we've all got our vials, so
That
we
you have.
passed.
I have not so fond memories of this one. I thought it
Sure.
fitting to watch over and see how you all were able to take it.
I was
Undecided.
difficult choice for sure.
As was mine.
I'm sure it was.
You chose to not drink the elixir, yes?
That I did.
And I have a few questions about it, but if anybody wants to interrupt me, feel free. You know how I ramble.
Ask your question.
There's a spot on the bench here. You're free to take a seat.
Oh, I'd love to.
choosing to
I just managed to like settle in your shell.
yeah.
Moip.
Choosing to not to drink the elixir, did it unsever the tie, or is that completely permanent, like the sisters said?
It is a binding agreement of your allegiance as a breach guard. To become a breach guard is to sever all that you were before. You are not a thief. You are not a guard of a city. You are not a shop owner. You are breach guard. And any ties that you had to a former life are, I suppose, metaphysically severed in a way. For you to perform the action of doing so is to affirm such a thing and show your loyalty now to the breach guard.
So it wasn't a real cutting, right? It was all for show, as it seems the ties were created by the deceiver. Yes? As we cut the ties, the ties turned into a liquid that poured into...
What's this
The what?
deceiver talk though?
Oh,
Who's
did they
that?
not tell you?
Oh,
No.
Devour.
Perhaps I didn't ask the right.
The devourer.
Yeah.
Sorry,
Oh.
not
I
the
like
deceiver.
the deceiver.
I was gonna
better,
say.
though. I'm not
Yeah,
gonna
I know.
lie.
It's
Maybe we just
interesting.
change
One.
It's canon for
The
Yen to mess
deceiver.
up the name, so
It's
it's also just a tool for me as the player to not get called out on my shit for getting names and stuff.
How's your daughter?
Yeah.
so good.
So, but so surely they weren't truly cut. It was all symbolism. Yes.
Well, there's no certain cutting, as those things that you're tied to do not change in their existence because of it. The act of doing so is part of the ritual to produce the element used in the elixir. Beyond that, the magic of the coven is a bit lost on me at times. For some of the specifics, I work in a far different way. Rituals and these such are, when it comes to symbolism, quite different from the scientific methods that I entail to pursue my efforts.
So, if you did not drink your elixir, do you still have it?
I didn't think so. No, it was, well, to do so is a pretty permanent decision. I do not.
I only ask because if you had still access to the blood of the devourer, a creature born of the rift, something more permanent, is it the same as that gloopity glop blood stuff that I looked up, or is
It's
it
not
different?
super far off, but not the same.
Okay. If you had this, be able to study and learn from, would that not be a boon? Or have you already, I guess?
I guess that's the question. That much I don't know.
I mean, I do kind of leave Gallia in a.
Only mechanically in
sorry.
terms of what happens to
Oh, my bad.
to that after
Brain space.
you decide not to take the elixir.
Basically, the contents of the elixir would expire, and so it would no longer do what it was intended to do.
Okay. I think you're right on the benefits of such a thing, but unfortunately, the opportunity is not truly presented itself. The only situation that I've ever seen such a thing is in these trials, and the contents of which do not sustain past the conclusion of the trials.
Perhaps then, and this is just my own thought, maybe as you're watching us all now, you take note of those who seem a little more shaken after this trial. those that might not complete it or want to make the elixir, and you take their vial and study it. If they're not going to use it and drink the elixir, the study of it is surely useful.
They have access to this devourer's blood to make these in the first place. Have they not done this already? Taken whatever excess they have and studied it to some degree?
I'll be entirely honest, I haven't had the opportunity to speak with them very often. They're usually only here when the trials are underway. And afterwards, well, they're not easy to find for conversation, and the time allotment was not in my favor for such a thing, as my duties required that I study the rifts. As soon as I became Breach Guard, that was my first and foremost priority.
So you became Breach Guard without drinking the elixir.
I did, yes.
Is
So
it sort
we
of
can become Breach Guard without all of this?
Yes, if you pass the 5 initial trials, you may become a Breach Guard. Should you fail any one of them, or deny the journey along the way, you will not. And the 6th trial, as the Coven stated, is entirely optional.
Oh, right.
That elixir will grant you certain benefits against the rifts, should you be able to withstand its power. Should you not, death is certain. There is no second chance, and there are no protections in place to guard against it. Certainly the benefits could outweigh the risks, but for someone in my position, I did not believe it to be so. However, the benefits of being a Breach Guard, the title that came with it, and the focused efforts were worth my time.
Do you two have any questions or comments for Galleon before I change the subject entirely? Well, not entirely, but
Oh, is this Devourer? I didn't even hear of this.
it's a creature of the rift. It
Galleon,
is.
you've seen a howling devourer. So has Yen Sid. It is the creature that Edwina fought.
That big son bitch.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Good creature.
We've seen it once, Yen.
That
Edwina
was the
saved us.
devourer? The one that
Well,
killed
yes.
Edwina.
I
Oh,
don't
your
believe her
druid
to be
friend.
dead. She was pulled through.
But we don't know if you survived going through, if you're not of the rift.
I have theories that maybe perhaps you do. I'm not sure, but we
The
should talk
theories
more
are
later.
just theories. They're not set in stone.
I know. I hope to practice
True
this,
enough statement.
actually, or test this theory, if possible. I need to read up on on all types of magic, actually, Galleon. If I could have access to your studies once more.
Of course. Of course, you're all welcome there.
Galleon, did you not tell Lavos about the man we saw step through a rift? What it seemed like he stepped through nothing and disappeared.
I have not had the chance. No.
And
We all should
maybe-
probably spend some time to discuss some of what happened before. I've been quite caught up in my own studies. But yes, we did.
Maybe we lunch together and discuss something.
I would be honored.
Certainly, yes.
Would well, with my magical capabilities, I'm unable to do it, but I don't know Lavos or Galleon. We're meant to keep this safe and away from prying hands and scrying eyes, the like. Would either of you be able to sort of magically lock it up to where only one of us knows the code to open it?
I'm afraid it's not in my power to do so.
Sort of like an arcane lock, you say.
I don't know. I just want it to be safe.
And
Whether
such
it's in a
thing
bag
is-
of holding that nobody knows of, or
Yen, Lavos, Katash, why don't you all stop on by my study later, as I'll perform a bit of a display of magic to teach you some of the beginnings of it. For purely educational purposes, of course.
Certainly.
I'm gonna lose it.
Please hold it together. Please.
Oh no.
Pretend one of the goblins, Zach.
Yeah.
Oh no.
That would be
Zach. Anyway.
that would be wonderful. I would
Right.
very
Yes.
much love that.
Well, then
Yes.
I will expect to see you all there later. But first, to be entirely honest, this place still doesn't set quite right with me, and the notion of lunch does.
I mean, it's still breakfast time, so brunch.
Brunch.
Mimosas.
Second
No.
breakfast.
A wonderful idea.
breakfast. Yes.
I do know a good little spot.
Oh, perfect. Lead the
I
way,
trust
Kat.
your recommendations without
Can I
question.
call you Kat, or do you prefer Katash?
Well, you could call me Cat.
Then
Can I
lead the
call
way,
you
Kat.
Kay?
Don't call me Kay.
I kill you.
Thank you.
And then I'll lead them to the soup kitchen.
So funny.
I knew it. That's great.
You lead them
This is
to the soup
You
kitchen.
really know the best spots, Katash.
Bro said he knew his spot.
To the soup kitchen. Where you guys can sit and have brunch or second breakfast, your choice.
Second breakfast.
And you guys continue talking.
Do you have wine here, Katash?
Wonderful notion, in
I
fact.
have some mead.
I've never had meat before.
Do I have wine for me?
I would say they're both fairly common liquids in this day and age, so yes. Like
Yes,
water's
I have
harder to come by.
wine, mead, and ale, as well as
Wine mead? I've never heard of that.
Two
I believe
glasses
him.
of wine, in
Uh,
fact, if you wouldn't mind, Katash.
Two for you?
Yep.
I got
I'll-
double fisted.
No. I assumed you were joining me.
Oh, yes.
Oh,
Well, then yes.
make it
Unless...
3.
Perfect.
3 glasses of
We're
wine.
just bougie now.
Okay. Oh, wow. You can see like a bead of sweat drops off of Katash.
You get it at all.
Supposed to be for all of dinner. Okay. There we go. 3 glasses of wine, and he pours himself a cup of milk.
Aw.
Make it sound.
Make it
Make-
sour. So funny.
What Katash
So-
said was true. We, at the conclusion of our adventure within Xerxes, well, there was a man that appeared and disappeared, seemingly out of nowhere and into nothing. Such magics shouldn't exist. Such magics are only recently discovered in a very controlled form in the realm of circles to be able to teleport from one location to another. This individual needed no such assistance and was gone in but a moment.
Did he enter through a rift or leave through a rift?
Neither.
Oh,
He appeared in the space in front of us and disappeared in kind.
what did he say or do? Just look at you and then leave?
He took.
Look at Katash.
He looks off, longing for a second. He took an apprentice of mine. His name is Khalil. He was a refugee. I had grown quite fond of when I was making sure everyone in that caravan got fed. But this man appeared literally out of thin air as I watched my reality shatter in front of me. And he took him and vanished.
And
Why?
what did the man look like?
He was hooded. It was
You want the
difficult to tell
picture?
any features. Yeah, that'd be great.
What the heck is my mouse?
It was
Oh.
difficult to
He
tell any
looked
features.
like a man.
He looked like a man.
Lost my mouse.
He didn't say any words. Whoever he was quite powerful.
Oh,
And
he had no legs or body either.
none whatsoever. It was terrifying. Well, I don't know what to say about him. I've never encountered an individual like him.
And he just came and took your apprentice and left, not even saying why he wanted him.
Assuming it wasn't for anything good.
Oh, I'm very sorry, Kat. Oh, they're all speaking gibberish again.
Honestly, though, wasn't too far off.
Yeah.
Well, I'm terribly sorry.
Yes. No need for you to apologize. All that I can do is, make sure I am well equipped and strong enough to find him. So, that is my goal.
And I think we're on that path.
I hope so. How do you feel? I'll look to Galleon. Now, this next trial, I know you can't tell us much about it. Is it gonna be any easier from here on out?
Can you remind me what the title of the third trial is?
We're
Yeah,
so
I got you.
distracted, man.
Yeah.
The
Yeah.
third
Obstacles.
trial is
God.
the trial of sweat.
I had obstacles.
That's what I had too.
You guys have a note written.
Yeah.
Oh,
Galleon, the trial's called the trial of sweat.
Yeah. Okay.
Sweat, sweat.
Well, you are correct. I can't divulge any specifics of it. However, I would urge you to think upon the notion of sweat and obstacles as your two clues.
Mm.
Sort of an agility test. Maybe climbing. I've done that before.
Good at that.
Perhaps jogging. That's an obstacle for me.
I think if you don't overthink it, you could prepare for it quite aptly.
Oh, that's interesting notion. But I get what you're saying.
Yes. I wish I could tell you more. I hate being secretive about it, but to sustain the integrity of the test, I must remain silent.
It's the nature of all of this, it seems. So that's to be expected.
Well, afterwards, we can discuss the entire thing wholly.
Oh, and I look forward to it.
What did you all, if you don't mind me asking, what did the trial demand of you? The severing?
Oh, a few things. One, you met Vokchu and Vesha. I remembered her name perfectly too. She's very dear to my heart. I loved her. It's like a younger sister.
She practically raised you.
She raised me. She gave me this tattoo.
I suppose that makes sense.
It had them. It had although the most difficult one was it had Arundel and the venerated beast on there, which called a lot into question for me, because if I sever that tie, do I lose my powers? And then can I even close a rift? Or am I just a man wielding a spear again, haphazardly and missing? I didn't want that, but...
For someone in your position, Lavos, I don't know what the long-term consequences of such a decision could entail, but in the meantime, what you were simply doing, to my knowledge, is affirming that your first and foremost priority is to the Breach Guard.
That's what it seemed to be, and, well, as it stands right now, that's not inaccurate. So, that's why I cut it. But it also had, well, what I need to tell you two as well. And I'm going to pull out the Arcane Codex, this book here, which is quite important to me as it's sort of my only possession. And
Your prized possession is a book as well.
yours is as well.
Well,
I just went to British there for a second. I fully switched.
Now you're Swedish.
I fully switched.
Fully switched.
Did yours come to you as well, or did you write it yourself?
I wrote mine.
You wrote what? I'm sorry.
I wrote it myself.
Oh. I suppose maybe I did? I'm not sure. I honestly don't know. But what I can say is it's revealing itself to me little by little.
Can
You
I
see, there's
see?
only yes. Good luck reading it. Hand
Open
it to
it.
him.
Can I read it?
Was it closed when you originally handed it to him, Lavos?
Yeah.
When
It
you
would've
open
been.
it, it's completely blank.
There's nothing in here. What do you mean?
What? I grab it. I flip back to the first page.
It's written there.
No, look, see, it's right
You can
here.
see text
Duh.
then.
Can I read the text?
No.
Oh.
It's in a
Curious.
completely foreign language and foreign script from anything you have ever seen in your entire life.
What what is your common tongue when not within the sanctuary?
It's
What do you-
celestial, right, Galleon?
Well, Celestial was the first one that you used. You can speak another one in its entirety now as well.
Oh,
But yes, Celestial was the first and foremost that we found in common.
Celestial.
yes.
Have you tried writing something in Celestial? Is that what that's written in?
No, I'm not sure what this language is called, but I know how to read it, and it's
I've
very.
never seen it either. I'm unable to read it. I require Lavos to transcribe it.
I'm not sure what it is, but it's what this is written, and it's slowly been written further, and as time goes on, more chapters are being added, and they're answering questions and giving me more that I didn't have to begin with.
That's
It's-
quite curious.
It's apt description, yes.
I have
in-
loose paper and a quill in my satchel. I'm gonna slide a piece of paper over to you as you're talking.
This latest chapter, though, is specifically what I wanted to share with you, just because I also shared it with Galleon here, and well, it gave us a bit of hope, perhaps, with these riffs.
Oh,
So, I'm not sure. I think that perhaps this is me who wrote this book, and it's being revealed to me little by little. But I'm not sure if that's the case. Either way, when I found myself waking up in the cave, naked and afraid, this was the only thing next to me. And I'm not sure how I got there. I'm not sure where I came from. But this book was with me, and it's slowly been added to. So I adopted the name on the front of it, Lavos, as it says right there. And it seems whoever wrote this, they also had rifts in their world too, and they tried to stop them, and it was failing. And if this is actually me that wrote this, then that means I came from a different world that had these rifts and then ended up here. So maybe there's a connection between my world, if it's me, and this world through these rifts, and it's not just death or void or endless abyss on the other side of it. Maybe there's hope. But it's all theory. I'm not sure.
how curious. And I'm gonna set the pen and paper down, or quill and paper down, parchment in front of you, and ask, will you just write out a sentence for me? And then GM, Lavos, the name Lavos. Can I derive, with all my reading and stuff, can I derive any kind of meaning or like similar names or anything, or words from other languages that I do know that might have some sort of meaning?
To the word Lavos?
Yeah.
Okay, roll me history.
Mm-hmm. Okay, you want to go?
There's not really. Well, I'll say this. You have never met another person named Lavos in your life.
That's fair.
And you've been a lot of places and have talked to a lot of people.
Whereas I may have met another galleon or
Yeah.
even a Katash when I met all
Yeah.
the Tabaxi.
Or something that sounds similar. There's not even names really that have sounded similar to you.
Right. Well,
What
I've-
language do you want me to write a sentence in? You just said to write something.
any.
Oh, all right. I'll just write the words a sentence in Celestial.
Make it a bit longer. Use a bit of every alphabet, piece of the alphabet in that language.
I'm just gonna list the names of the venerated beasts. Then, write that down.
Okay. Here I go writing them.
A fox jumps over a lazy dog.
I don't need I don't need them personally, but if you want to write them out for me, that's cool. What I want to try to do here, okay. What I want to try to do here is using my history with books and my experience now with deciphering ciphers. I want to see if I can match his handwriting to the handwriting in the book.
Oh, interesting.
And see if it shares any similarities or like just the possibility and my own, like I am a writer. This is what I do. Like I want to see if the way he writes it, the wording.
It's a different language than I'm writing.
Oh
in.
yeah, I guess I can't read that language.
Do you
but
have
just
any tools?
I do have calligrapher's supplies.
Okay.
I have.
Can you roll with your proficiency with that?
Okay, do you want that int or wisdom?
I almost feel like it's a wisdom, almost like an insight. Like you're trying to insight the writing to see who wrote it, if that makes sense.
Gotcha.
Yeah. Get the vibe check on the writing.
Yeah. I want to vibe check this
What
writing.
am I missing?
Not terrible. Could have been better.
Oh, I forgot how to spell his name. Why am I? Yeah, they're literally in the folder. Who did I miss? Okay, it was just that one. Oh, and I spelled the rest of them right. Let's go.
Let's fucking go.
1 second. 1 second.
Please holding.
Okay, those are the names of the venerated beasts in no particular order because I couldn't remember them all.
Which I know the venerated beast names as well, right? Like,
You know
I mean,
Jadali
you know
for sure.
Jadali's for sure,
Oh,
but I don't know
Jadali,
if you
yeah.
really know
oh,
all
true.
of them.
That's
per
fair.
se. Okay, with a 15, you're able to tell something very, very interesting. You're able to tell that the writing in this book was written with the same hand, but by different people.
Ooh.
What?
How good.
It is
How
written by
What
the
does that
same
mean?
hand, but different people. So essentially what that means is mechanically your lines and how you would how your hand would actually move is the same, but the person's writing style is different.
Mm.
In terms of like the sentence structure and the words.
No,
that you
like
would
the actual
choose, you know what
script.
I mean? Oh,
So like the
I see.
hand
Yes.
is the same. The way the hand would move, the size of the hand, the right-handedness, all of that is the same. But say, for example, how you write a G is different how the other one writes the G, but it's the same hand.
Interesting. Okay.
This is actually a
It's-
thing with people who have schizophrenia. Or
Interesting.
DID.
Mm.
Yeah.
Interesting.
How curious, Lavos.
What'd you find out?
Well, I can't read it still, but what I was able to decipher was that your hand appears to be the hand that wrote both of these. However, it wasn't necessarily both you.
What do you mean by that?
It's quite curious. I'll have to study it more.
But it's the same hand, you're saying?
It's the same writing style. Well, sort of the same style, same signature curves and lines, but different as well. It's quite curious.
Very interesting. The fact that it's
Oh.
the same at all has confirmed some level of suspicion that I've had, but now I have more questions, admittedly.
It's It's something I don't know that I've seen before, but hmm, I don't know that maybe siblings would have the same writing,
Josh and I
or
look very different with our
Yeah.
writing.
or
No, it's definitely
a
it's
parent to a child. It's very different even
Not at
from
all
that.
looks the same. But
It's
Yeah, true.
it's very much as if you wrote both of them, but you also didn't.
that's very strange. But thank you, nonetheless, for
I
figuring that much
I
out.
don't know if that gave more answers than questions.
Oh, it answered something, but it also brought other ones up. I'm still very curious. I guess it's still unclear, which I'm okay with. The mystery's kind of fun to solve a bit. So
That it is.
there's
I
only
agree,
one
Stuart.
cat.
Katash is hungry, I think.
Yeah.
Oh, excuse me. That milk is no good for me, but I drink it anyway.
He's
This
lactose
wine
intolerant.
is exquisite.
Oh, it's wonderful.
Right.
Um,
So I'm sorry, I derailed this with my rambling again. You were discussing what you had to sever, Katash.
Uh, well, I feel may have been easier for me. I hold my loved ones deep in my heart, and they remain in my head. I've spent a lot of time apart from them. Uh, so cutting this thread was no problem. As they said that nothing is going to prevent me from seeing them again. I mean, if I am part of the breach guard and doing my duty, of course that would be first. But I mean, all that is going to do is make seeing those loved ones even easier for me.
It was something that got me through after I was through the worst of it. To live in a world where the rifts exist in any form means they must be dealt with. If the rifts are dealt with and they are vanquished, then there is no need for the breach guard, and your oath is fulfilled. At that point, whatever you lived for before, you can return to, with head held high, knowing that the world is safer for them as well.
I mean, if these rifts go undealt with, is there even going to be a world for us to return to?
My
Exactly.
thoughts exactly.
Mine as well.
You know, Galleon, I do wonder, and I've asked you this before, but I'll bring it up again now with them here in the room too. If we could have some sort of way to see through one of these rifts, be it magically of some sort, if you could enchant an item and view through it in some way. I'm not sure what magic exists that can do that. I know I don't know it, but
There are several sensor spells that can either be attached to an object or conjured at a location. And I agree with your sentiments that these would be the best way to learn all that we can about them. However, and Lavos and I have discussed this to some lengths, our first priority as Breach Guard is to ensure the safety of the realm. If we know that we can reliably close these rifts at a moment's notice, then we have control over our experimentation with them. If we can perfect this art, then we can attempt some sort of delving or analysis into the specifics. And if it ever goes awry, we can rely on the fact that we can close them.
In your experience with these rifts, have they always appeared next to a settlement or civilization of sorts, or have any appeared where it is relatively safe?
No, they seem to be random, though I doubt that is truly the case. In all types of locations, in fact. Some near large cities, smaller settlements, houses, manors, open fields. They are somewhat aimless. And while true, they would be less fallout, if a rift were to be allowed to expand in any sense, I don't suppose there would be any safe distance. So no matter the cost, no matter the location, our first priority is always to know that we can close them.
How long do you know any of these sensory spells?
I am aware of a few. Some of them are more of the realm of divination magic, and I myself have taken on the realm of transmutation.
Hmm.
If it's something that would be quick enough to just toss it through,
Right.
I'm not sure why we shouldn't. At least give it a try.
We can. To be entirely honest, there was a sort of rush to try and develop something as quickly as possible to close them, and now that all of you have helped me to craft well what we now have, we are one step closer to those endeavors. I suppose I could start some research in such a way to see if there are perhaps scrolls to aid in this casting of some sort of divination magic. It's not exactly my forte, but perhaps there might be a way still.
That'd be wonderful.
I actually might have a way to do this.
That would be fascinating, Yen.
I
Do tell.
haven't quite tested this yet. I've been learning more about my druid abilities, and I am going to cast
Fireball.
Fireball. I'm going to
Yes,
cast
you don't
Wild
need honor
Companion.
Mm.
What was it?
Wild Companion.
Mm.
A
Raven.
A
Wow.
I'll use one of my spell slots to do it, but it's basically find familiar. However, it has to be a fake, and it only lasts for the day.
That's cool.
So I'm going to take the. Oh, it's instant to do. I'm gonna think of. I don't know what fake creatures come to mind. What fake creatures would I have learned of? Or I guess it just has to be Fae, but
Fairy
it takes
dogs
on
are here.
a beast form.
Oh, I see.
So it can't be Celestial Fiend or whatever. It has to be Fae, but looks like
but it takes the form of a beast. That's cool.
Right. So I'll make a beaver, right? I helped save a beaver.
Oh, yeah, you did.
Oh, yeah. That's right.
So I'll make a beaver.
That's awesome.
Hello, little buddy.
I'm half tapping to be like, ah!
Just first stretches. Give him little
Not on the table,
stretches.
please.
I have a link with this creature as it is part of me in a way. It is bonded to me, attached to me, and I can potentially see through its eyes and hear through its ear.
You can.
But with this ability, if he were to fall, he would just return to the Feywild.
Oh.
Or the Fey realm. I don't know if you call it something else here. Do you?
So, because transportation magic and teleportation magic does not exist yet, they would just disperse into mana. Instead of you summoning something from the other side, instead think of it as creation. You're creating something out of mana particles. And as you're talking, he starts nibbling the table.
Right. Sorry. No, don't hit him. Don't hit him. I'll just druid crafts the twig from the eat. But
eats it like a carrot.
So if he were to fall in battle or die, and so he would just return to mana. He would. No harm would really come to anyone.
So he's not actually real then?
Yeah. Well, all things from... Well, I don't know. Are things made of mana real? He's doing a beaver impersonation.
Can I try and pick it up?
You pick it up. It feels real. And so I was things made by mana are real in the sense that they're highly tangible. They have a certain level of durability before they perish. So they need to eat, things like that. Like, they are real for the sake of you created a being. You brought a being into the world.
Does this being have thoughts and feelings?
Yeah.
It's sentient.
Yeah.
Ooh.
Yen, you're a father.
That's not how that works.
Even while he's giggling, he's just still chewing on the stick.
Right. Put Thundercracker down.
Mr. Thundercracker.
Yeah, because when a tree falls, it sounds like thunder.
Hey, nice. Not if no one's there to hear it.
Right.
True. Yeah.
But if I can see through its eyes and hear through its ears, and we send it through the portal,
That would do it, yes.
I
Right.
suppose it's as
potentially,
good a
I don't
method as
know,
any.
but
If that weren't to work, I don't know that any other form of divination magic would, except
Exactly.
perhaps very high level.
I know it has to be within 100 feet of.
Oh.
So if transferring, if that would still count as being within that distance.
I suppose at that
That's a
point it's only
risk.
hypothesis.
Right.
We ourselves have all been within mere 10 to 20 feet of a rift at some point,
Right.
Oh, yes.
but 100 feet should be achievable. This is a good notion, Yen. I think that would be very prudent to test as soon as the next opportunity presents itself.
That's exciting.
I like it.
I'm excited to try. Are you excited? And I'll ask Thundercracker if he's excited to try going into a rift portal. He can understand me telepathically, like he understands me.
Pause and he
magically.
looked at you.
He's excited to eat wood.
Yummy.
Perhaps I should see if
Shit,
anybody in the
good.
village, in the sanctuary, needs a tree cut down.
We actually have some logs out back we were gonna turn to benches. You could help with those.
He would strip the bark in an instant.
I believe he would.
Would we need to go to your magical workshop to work on that thing that we talked about before, Master Galleon?
I suppose it would probably be easiest. I have the necessary tools there. We could do that before nightfall, if you prefer.
I'm quite excited about all of this and the
As
potential,
am I.
and want my experiences to continue growing. So perhaps we can look at the job board and see if there's something the three of us can handle. In the meantime, just for the day.
This trial went a lot faster than I thought it would, so absolutely, yes. I don't have much gold on me, so can always use some more.
I
Suppose that
don't
is an
have
option.
any. I made a
Got
measly
three.
salary at the library, so
We got 3 from Katash.
True.
3
Bold.
Gold. You and I.
gold. Oh yes, that was about a tenth of my total gold.
That was all of my gold.
True.
Let's go.
Also, I would take another drink of wine. I wish not to conceal nor hide anything from you all. You all have been through a lot, and I trust you. I spoke with Lavos earlier, and I myself have lost something to these rifts. I didn't think to tell you at the time because, quite honestly, well, it had not become a priority. You were on your own journeys. I lost my daughter to a rift 2 years ago. She was pulled through when it appeared. when it.
I'm an asshole. Sorry.
that was perfect. Oh shit. Oh. A couple of years ago, when a rift appeared near my estate, my wife remains at that estate to this day. Hoping
You're
that one
married.
day I am, yes.
Do you wear a
Sh-
ring?
Oh yeah,
Okay.
yeah, definitely. I hope that one day I can return Rowan to her.
Rowan.
Do you still have the picture of your
daughter's
wife
name.
on you?
Oh yeah,
Do you show her?
Yeah.
Okay.
Oh, for sure.
I need a second.
yeah.
Carry on.
Yeah. I have a picture, but I can't find it. I'll find it in a minute.
It showed up on the wrong monitor.
It was towards the beginning of these Rift's appearances, one of them conjured outside of my estate, and Rowan disappeared into it. Miralay spends every waking moment of her life back at the estate, hoping that Rowan will return.
People, I'm just gonna make this up on the spot, but I'm gonna make it canon. People where I'm from tend to say that something's not gone until it's gone. And the fact that you're still working on a way to return her means that she's not gone.
All right, Galleon.
You will note
entirely.
that this photo shows her noticeably younger than Galleon.
Little pervert.
Okay, Galleon. Leonardo DiCaprio.
Is this an older photo?
Not entirely. I believe a few years ago.
Oh.
You sly dog.
But your mom was so young.
Miralay and I fell in love in unexpected set of circumstances. It was not something I was looking for at the time, nor was she. And when it's right, it's right. And I've never looked back. I've never had regrets. Nor is she, if she is neglected to vocalize them. But she's never expressed such a thing. Nevertheless, I cannot stop until, in some way, Rowan might be returned. Even if my allegiance is still to the Breach Guard afterwards, I can at least rest well knowing that it will make the world better for both of them afterwards.
How long ago was your daughter lost?
2 years ago.
Days ago. Oh, okay.
And you left.
It was just yesterday.
Yeah, just a few minutes ago.
How soon after did you leave?
It was a couple months. We tried to pick up the pieces. Miralay refused to believe that there was any world in which she wouldn't return, and she insists on remaining at the home because if she does return, surely she would go back to the last place she knew. And I admire her tenacity in this. There's nothing else that we can really do. Sorry, I don't mean to drag anything down. You're on a quest yourselves for this, but I wished it not to be a secret, as there's no need for it to be.
Reach over
I'm
and
glad
fill
you
your
shared.
glass.
Thank you, my friend.
That's
Well,
why I hope, because I'm sure there's many that share your story of losing people through these rifts. So if we can prove it's not hopeless, oh, that would be a worthy endeavor indeed.
yes, it would. So I guess, here, to finding that which is not to be found.
Rowan?
To Rowan.
Bro.
Run.
Look.
Oh, you gonna get fucked up?
That's what you should say.
Well, as you said, Yen, I suppose we could always use some more training, some more gold, and some more adventures. So, what do we
We
think of
just
a...
have to make sure that we're back by nightfall. Or at least early morning.
preferred nightfall? I'd like to get a good night's rest for whatever's coming next. Obstacles and sweat, right?
Right.
Obstacles and sweat.
Jogging.
Climbing. Thank you,
Galleon,
Galleon.
thanks for cleaning up. We're gonna go check out this.
Love how you-
Thing now.
Yeah,
That off.
it's my pleasure.
You just
Oh.
prestidigitation, easy peasy.
Yeah, right.
I'm gonna leave with Galleon. While we were sitting there, I had used my druid craft to create like a little wicker box, and inside it is the vial. If you could lock this and
Yes, I can.
give me the key later, that wonderful.
Yes, would you all like for that?
If you can do it right now, yes. Of course.
I could make
I'll-
one for each of us.
Oh, that'd be wonderful. Yeah.
Be very much appreciated.
I take
I'll take out the sash and like unfold it 70 times.
I'll take 5 to 10 minutes here real quick, just for per box. And on Katash's, it'll just be like the outline or like the silhouette of a cat
Mhm.
on the top of it. And then on Lavos's, it'll be a book.
Hmm.
I like it.
Well,
Thank you.
those look wonderful.
He's doing business.
Yeah.
You gotta work, bitch.
You gotta work, bitch.
Yeah, Galleon would take them all.
Well, thank you.
Thank you, Galleon.
It's my
We'll probably
pleasure.
have more questions after this next challenge, but
I have no doubt. It would be a pleasure to talk with you about it. In the meantime, I wish you all well.
You as well.
Really. Help yourself to the jerky in the back. That
Oh, that I will.
thanks, Brian. Should be ready.
I'll be sure to leave some for others. And he'd make his way back there.
Okay. And you guys head off towards the notice board.
Yes, ma'am.
Yeah.
Just like how Bandpot started. Let's go.
I know.
You know I can't resist. Good notice
It's
board.
too good.
I love it.
Yeah.
All
Witcher
right.
3 vibes, baby.
So, how are you guys like reading each and every single one, or are you just kind of skimming through?
I'm just skimming, but if they want to,
I'd want to be looking to. I don't know what like the gold range is of the rewards, but I'm kind of looking
Most
at that
of them
column.
are not gold.
Okay.
Because
I see.
it as you're used to Lavos, it's very much a trade
Yeah.
system here. Although there is one for gold. So this is what I'll do. I'll read the title and I'll read the reward. So the first
Okay.
one is securing resources for the kitchen. The reward is 7 helpings of rations. Fixing the training grounds, and the reward is a choice of 1 weapon or armor per person. Cataloging rift data, the reward is 6 gold pieces. Repairing the ferry dock, and the reward is free ferry travel for life. Restoring the library, restoring the library. I had to read that one. I was like, what the fuck happened to the library? The reward is an in-depth study of 1 topic.
We don't do up the library.
And then expanding the meditation garden. And the reward of that is 5 herbs of your choice from the garden.
there are quite a few useful ones here.
How difficult is it to repair a ferry dock? Because I'm not really. I have no
Well,
plans to use the ferry, but getting it for life, that sounds very nice.
Lavos is
ferry-
actually like a really frugal guy.
I know that this ferry only goes between Gujek Island, the Lonely Island, and Grimrix, right?
Well, I wouldn't say that. It goes wherever the
particular
supplies
ferry?
are coming from, but they all will. The sole destination will be the Lonely Islet. But if they're getting supplies from Ryleth, it comes from Ryleth. If they're getting supplies from the Whispering Wetlands, the Greenland, so on and so forth,
Okay.
that's where it'll come from. That being
Where's Ryleth?
said. No, I'll let you guys find that out when you find that out. It's not a big deal.
Our 3 hands together, our 3 heads together, we could probably fix a dock.
I'm not sure if we could do it in one night, but I'm sure we could do it. Yes. Maybe it's something we just come back to frequently.
We could take time each day to work on it. It would take that. But with Thundercracker here, we'd be able to chop trees down. At least
That's a fair point.
he would know the proper trees to use for lumber.
I've never done any carpentry work, but I'm willing to learn. And Thundercracker seems like a good teacher, so
Are you a good teacher? And he's just nibbling away at something, probably. Well,
A little bit of carpentry, haven't I? I have artisan's tools.
Well, you have to
Aside
pick
from my
one.
cook's utensils.
yeah, pick one.
Okay, I was wondering what that was. Gotcha.
It's like my calligraphy tools are artist.
Okay, gotcha. So I have my utensils. Well, I used to help put together some of the shelters at the refugee camp, so I'm sure it can't be too much more difficult than that.
All right. So how
Wonderful.
does this work? Do we take the notice with us, or do we leave it there? Or
Well, that's a fair question. I figured maybe
Wait,
you lot knew, because you've been here
I did
longer
the
than I
job
have.
earlier. I just took it with me.
Oh,
all right, pull it down, fold it up, stick it in my shell.
uh,
That's why no
Where's the
one else
fairy
can
dust?
steal the job.
The docks are this way. I'll take it to the dock, to the south.
Okay. Sounds
You
good.
would have came in on the docks, would you not have, or did you just magically
No.
arrive?
I teleported here.
He did magically
one-
arrive.
The one type of teleportation
Two of
magic
them
that he
did.
described, I stepped into a circle and then I appeared here. It was, oh, never felt anything like it before.
That's impressive. And intriguing.
It's curious, yes.
Perhaps he was
I
the
don't
man
know.
that appeared and disappeared.
It's Victor.
I have no vision. I'm hiding in my shell.
This ain't my vision.
We get there, it's nighttime.
Yeah. When you said fairy dock at first, I thought like a dock for fairies, like little tiny.
Please.
Yeah.
Please.
That's where my mind went to.
I knew what it was, and that's where
Please.
my mind went.
Earlier when you said fey creature, I was like the fairy docks. Fairies.
Yeah,
Please.
exactly.
All right, so you guys head here.
Mm.
There would be a lot of people taking crates to and fro from the boats that are currently on the beach because the dock is gone. They want you to build a whole new one. That's what they mean by repair the ferry dock. Which you
How long
won't
has it been
notice until you
destroyed?
get here. A few days. There was a storm not too long ago.
Okay, so
yeah.
do I remember how big the old one was?
It wasn't massive by any means.
Yeah.
It was
Like how many ships it could harbor?
like one on each side, and I wouldn't even really
Okay.
call them ships.
Yeah.
Boats.
Boat.
Dinghies at best.
Little, maybe.
My
a
little dingy and me.
Yeah, probably.
Yeah. Oh, since you have the note, I forgot the important parts. Since you have the note, you know that the person who wrote it, his name is Xenos Sultan.
Is there a title like Dockmaster Xenos or
Not just a Xenos Sultan.
I guess we should find this Sultan and ask them questions about the dock?
Shall we split up and just look for him?
Sure. Just holler if you find him.
Oh, alrighty then.
There any fishermen out around the area?
Yeah, I'll say there's a couple.
I'd towards them first.
I'm just going around the buildings and then
Yeah. Same.
Lavos,
You
you
have
can
time.
roll a survival to track the ferryman. No.
I'll smell him.
Yeah, and what are you doing?
Same. I'm going to like door to door. Like, do you know who this person is? Like,
Okay.
just
Yeah.
on opposite sides.
Have you seen this man?
Have you seen this one? Okay. You can also roll me survival, and then Katash, you're approaching fisherman. What are you asking them?
Good day, my fine gentlemen. How are you doing?
Good. Can we help you?
Good. Glad to hear. Glad to hear. Yes, we are actually looking for Sultan. The
Xenos. Sultan.
Xenos Sultan.
Yeah, he's down by the beach.
Oh, okay. Which one was he? And I'll just have them point him out.
The half elf.
Perfect. Thank you so much. By the way, what are you fishing for here?
Fish.
I'm gonna say fish because I haven't figured out what's in this area.
That's right.
Let's go with squid.
Yeah.
Ew.
So they're not really like fishing. They're like,
Or squidding.
yeah.
They're inking.
Understood.
I don't know how you get squid. Are they? I'm assuming
Best
they're
of luck.
caught like
At night.
in this. Oh,
And probably in like a net or
Oh.
something.
And with fishing pole, you can fish for 'em. Yeah.
oh,
Oh.
you can.
Yeah.
Didn't know that. Curious.
These are day squids though,
The days-
because they're fantasy squids. They're day squids.
There's some squid. Got it.
Well,
Okay, so you
Thank
head
you for
down
your
towards the beach.
I'm gonna yell out for.
As you yell out,
Lavo.
Yen and Lavos, you all kind of converge on one spot as you realize you're all heading in the right direction down the beach where Xeno Sultan should be.
Whee!
Okay,
Lavos would have been
jumping
still
cliffs.
waiting in the first room for somebody to be free so he could ask them, but he heard him call, so now he's coming out.
Okay.
You're slow.
You literally jumped cliffs. How many did you take this fall damage?
For a turtle, you're very fast.
He said, "Oh no." Okay, so you guys make it down to the bottom of the beach. Kataj, you would notice that there's more than one half elf here.
No!
But as you call out, one of their heads turns, and this dark-haired, older half elf, kind of graying at this point a little bit, a little salt and pepper going on, looks at you all and says, "Can I help you?"
We have your
contract.
notice,
Oh, you're here to fix the docks.
We're
right?
gonna give it a shot, yes.
Well, I'll leave you to it.
Do you
it
have
goes
any
right there.
specific?
Goes right there.
Where does he point?
And he just
So we-
gestures to the beach with no dock.
Right. So
That makes sense then.
So perhaps somewhere here.
That works for me.
Do you have the supplies, or is that something we'll have to get ourselves?
No, you have to collect the driftwood and other things.
You want the
And-
dock made of driftwood? That's how it collapsed in the first place.
He just kind of scratches the back of his head. Oh yeah, well, I guess that's true. Well, make the dock however you see fit, and if you see parts of a ferry out there, bring it back for me.
Hmm. All right. Well, Thundercracker.
There we go.
I'm gonna ask him if he could escort Lavos and Katash to the sturdiest wood out in the wood, the forest. It's like
Kind
So
of
That's
that
less
way-
than 100 feet away.
stands up on his hind
he does.
legs.
He doesn't have to. I can only use that seeing
Oh.
through his thing if I were to.
He
He can
stands
go
up on his hind legs, looks around, sniffs the air a little, drops a twig, and starts kind of, I want to say bolting off, but he's not that fast.
The beaver
Barrel
runs.
slapping the
Starts
wet
beaver
thing.
running.
Yeah.
You might want to follow him. He's gonna
Oh.
lead you to some sturdy wood. I'm gonna look under the waves a bit for the ferry.
Okay, certainly. Do we need an axe or something, Katash? I'm not sure what we need. I say as we're walking off with the beaver.
Beaver.
I tell the beaver if they
You
need
should
help,
beaver
chop
do
the
it
tree
together.
down. Pretty sure it takes a few days for a beaver to chop a tree, but I want to look it up now.
He's a fancy beaver. No, I'm kidding.
Yeah,
One
exactly.
bite.
One bite and it's gone.
I'm gonna poke it with a stick.
I mean, I could
What?
use Eldritch Blast to.
A beaver can fell a tree in minutes.
I think it just
Wow.
depends on the
Holy sh-
thickness of the tree.
Yeah,
That's actually crazy, though.
Okay, small trees in minutes. So,
I guess that makes sense.
2 to 6, something 2 to 6 inches in diameter
Okay.
Small.
is within minutes. A medium tree would be a night,
I think it's pretty
and
big.
something that's 1 to 2 feet in diameter would be. That's pretty cool. That's interesting. I didn't know that.
Yeah,
I
that's
feel
awesome.
like we just learned so much shit.
You learned a
playing
lot.
D&D.
It's a fact,
it's
man.
true.
So much.
It's the cutest
so
thing watching
true.
them actually do it though, because like when they know they're almost done, they go and they stop and listen to hear if it like starts to
Yeah.
crack. Do a little
Yeah.
bit more, stop and listen.
Yeah.
It's so good.
They're so cute.
They are. Oh
Um,
god.
Okay. Okay. So they go off again. What are you doing while they're doing that?
I am gonna do turtle things. Whoops, and go under the water and peek for this fairy that's missing.
You find the fairy fountain. No. Because now you guys got me thinking about fairies.
Yep.
Okay, so you, Yen, you can, I guess, roll me perception check, to see if you
Yeah.
can see missing fairy parts. Katosh and Lavos, Mr. Thundercracker has led you to, I want to say like a little grove or glade. It's not like a massive forest or anything. With coast live oak there, so it's a variety of oak trees, for you to build with. And Thundercracker will turn around once he gets you there, stand on his legs, and then just go.
Gesturing towards a tree.
Yeah.
Oh, okay.
Where?
Thank you. Can
I
you
haven't-
understand?
I haven't. I cannot. But this seems like a good.
That's good to know. That's actually true though, because I didn't use
None of
comprehend
them can
languages.
speak to each other. Oh, this is fucked. You could wait, Katash and I know a similar language.
Yeah.
Right, we know Dole.
We know Dolan.
Okay,
We know
okay.
Dolan.
I
And
would
he's
have
learning
used.
Gold.
Sorry.
We're
Comprehend languages
doomed.
could actually be cast as a ritual, so it wouldn't even have to
Yeah.
take a spell slot.
Yeah.
That's true.
I would do that.
That's so good.
Okay.
You just now realize.
You
That's
literally
hilarious.
Cast comprehend languages.
Yes.
Oh, wait. Can warlocks cast rituals?
Yeah.
Fair
I
question.
thought so.
Yeah.
Yeah.
As long
think
as
so.
yeah,
Yes.
if it has a ritual tag,
Okay.
Yes.
Okay.
Yep. They
that's
are
from Xavier knowledge, and it could be wrong because that was my first campaign. So
I know, because I remember Poober telling me that they couldn't when I made my witch subclass. But anyway, I run botched D&D all the time, so yeah, you cast it as a ritual. And you guys start. Well, actually, how are you chopping these trees down? Actually?
I'm Eldritch blasting that bitch in force form, not frost form,
Okay.
at the
Oh.
base.
Before you
Okay.
do it, I'm gonna climb up it and I'm gonna tie a rope up it.
Okay.
Nice.
Hell yeah, I love it.
We have something to drag it with.
Okay. Cool. Roll me an attack roll.
Aye. This would be.
That hits.
That hits.
Right,
Fuck
incite
the
Lavos
tree.
as I see him charging the magic. Just making sure.
Yeah, you can insight.
make sure he's not going to shoot you.
Real quick, he's warlock.
That would actually be
Lavos.
9 damage, by the way.
Okay.
Do
You
I
can
need to
roll me
roll
a
anything?
persuasion or deception if you are casting the spell in a malicious nature.
Understood. No, I'm just kidding. Not deception. It's gonna be persuasion. Which ends up being the same thing.
Nice.
They're
Okay.
equivalent. So.
Katosh, you feel that Lavos is not going to shoot you, and that this bolt of magic charging up in his hand is not at all malicious in nature.
It's aimed right at the base of the tree.
It's malicious to the tree.
Yeah.
He got me
Malicious to the
alone.
tree.
He got me alone. He started speaking in tongues.
No one's never honest with
Okay, so it takes 9 damage. I feel like trees are really hardy.
I'd do that as much as is necessary. Just hacking away at this shit. I don't know. Force damage on an object too. I don't know if that's amplified or not.
Oh no, I don't think it's naturally amplified. I think
Okay.
it's like if it says it. Okay, so you shoot it a couple times, and eventually, I'm not gonna make you keep rolling though. Eventually, the beaver starts jumping, and I mean like leaping in the air. Like in front of you, Lavos. And then it's gonna run over to the tree and start biting and doing the thing and listening and biting and listening and biting.
I love it.
And then eventually
That
the
is so
tree
good.
will fall.
Let's
Oh
go.
gosh.
And you guys have felled a tree.
Perfect.
Yen, I made you roll. Where'd that go? Right there. It's a 17. Great roll.
It's pretty good. Yeah.
Great roll.
I love that. That was a great response.
Okay. Okay. That's all I have to say to that. Yen, you're looking, and you do see, as you're swimming, parts of the old dock. You see a wrecked ferry stuck out like on the rocks. And it, although some of the wood's broken, the ferry's like, it's like a good part of the whole. Like, you could bring that back.
How I could bring it back myself?
No, like, it wouldn't be a waste to bring that back, I guess is what I'm
Oh, I got you. I was gonna say, how
Yeah,
big
it's
is
easy.
the ferry?
I'll say that this particular ferry it's not like a full ship or anything like that. It's more of like a rowboat or a canoe.
Okay. How far out from the beach?
Let's say that it is like in this crevice. So
Wait,
each
which
to
crevice?
crevice, almost 100 feet.
Okay. I'm gonna return to Xenos.
Mhm.
Xenos, Mr. Sultan.
Hi.
Do you have a couple coils of hempen rope? I found the ferry,
Sure,
and
I
with
just
some
have it
rope
in the back.
we could bring it back. I'll need about 100 feet.
All right. He'd go into the hut and get you some rope.
Okay.
And bring it forth.
I'll tie all the rope together with the 50 feet that I have to make 150 feet length.
Okay. Can you roll me a survival check to test your
Ooh,
knot tying
yeah.
skills?
Sure.
I thought you meant his skills to not tie something.
I heard it too.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Okay, you tie pretty average knots.
Nice.
Proud of you.
That's our
Um,
end.
What I know, I guess, well, Mr. Zenos,
Aye.
do you have any workers available? I can swim the end of this rope to the ship, tie it to the ship, and we can pull it ashore.
Sure. And he like go and call people over. Call like 3 guys.
Right. You all hold on to this end. I'm gonna take this end to the ship, tie it, bring it back. Got it?
Yeah.
All right. And I go swim over and tie it.
Oh,
To
now we need
the-
another survival to
the front of
test
the
your.
front of the ship.
You're not on the front of this canoe
Yeah,
rowboat
yeah,
ferry.
Yeah, canoe rowboat ferry. Bang!
Oh, let's
That
go,
is the
dude.
sturdiest of knots.
It is the best knot you've ever tied in your entire life.
I cannot
Gotta
believe
be
that knot.
underwater.
It is the
Ridiculous. So you tie the knot, and then the guys on the shore begin trying to pull it.
I'll help pull too.
Kind of like the heave ho together. So it's getting pulled in slowly but surely. Cause again, like this is the shore, so the wave is kind of fighting against you as it kind of goes out.
Can I try to be underneath it as they get it up a bit and like try to help push it up
Oh,
instead
yeah,
of like
sure.
pulling?
Yeah. Okay, you do that. It goes a little faster. But let's go back to the gentleman with the tree.
That's us.
That's you guys. How are you bringing this tree back? Are you cutting it into pieces?
How big?
Oh, that's a good question. Oak tree.
'Cause we could just roll that bitch if we needed to.
The beaver on top, just
Well,
like
Well,
circus
I'll say
running on.
something about this
Da-da-da-da-da.
tree. It doesn't. It's a very gnarled tree.
Oh,
It's not
okay.
very straight.
I see.
Rolling it might prove to be very difficult.
That makes sense. I didn't think this
yeah.
through.
We could quarter it and then carry it in pieces if necessary.
It's gonna be easier than taking the whole thing. Yeah, let's do that. If I can, I'd use my Eldritch Blast to try to hack away at it and quarter that bitch.
Use
The beaver will kind of help you guys.
Okay.
And just kind of take a few minutes really to chop up certain pieces of it.
Yeah.
I'm not making you
Do
roll
my
for
claws
that.
do anything on it?
Your claws get
If-
sharper,
if
and
I-
for the next week, they deal an extra 1 slashing damage.
Let's go.
Sick.
Hell yeah.
It does nothing to the tree, though.
That's bullshit.
I think like
Steve
this.
sucks.
You tell me this fake
You hold
beaver
your-
can chop a tree.
You hold your claws out, and they like sparkle because they're so refined.
An audible ding reaches your ears. Oh shit.
So you guys kind of cut it into pieces, which will make it a lot more manageable, but you will have to roll me these athletics checks.
Okay. Is that for when we're dragging it back? Okie dokie. I can
You
do
got a
that.
beaver to help you.
Shit.
Oh yeah,
It's not a
beaver's totally
problem.
gonna carry a tree.
It's just not a problem. I'm not worried about
No
it.
problem at all.
I'm not worried about it.
Oh no! We're the
Not
weakest.
even worried
party
about
in
it,
the land.
sweetheart.
How is Yen the strongest out of all of us?
I'm very agile. I'm agile.
I was an emaciated naked man in a cave. All right.
No strength saving throws that you guys and the whole party falls apart.
We all
Yeah.
die.
That's
It's
why
over.
we sucked at fighting the rift gravity.
That's
Yen was the
true.
only one that threw the
Yeah.
chair.
That's why we need this person, dude.
Yeah.
We're fucked.
Ah. See, that's what I heard, Joel. That warlocks cannot cast ritual spells.
Really?
Yeah,
Like-
that's why I typed
Google
in
lied
the-
to me.
I typed that in the chat. Some dude.
Fuck
Yeah,
Google.
Pact of the Tome.
Okay.
I see.
You guys struggle
No shit.
beyond measure to bring this one
This is the
part,
worst idea.
the 1/4 of this tree back to the shore, to the point where after about 30 minutes yet. I'm gonna note that your party has not returned.
I'm just sitting on the dock watching, or the beach, watching
There
the
you go.
workers.
Okay.
What's up?
Oh.
They're not back yet.
Huh.
All right, maybe I should look for them. I don't know which way they went. Oh no, maybe I'll wait.
Should have brought Yen along. He could turn into a horse and drag this in no time at all. What we did with the bison before, I didn't even think of this.
Would have been much better
Oh, this
than me.
is brutal.
What do you suppose we go see if we can't get them to lend us a hand?
Yes, I think it's going to take all day if we at this rate. This is the smallest quarter too. Oh,
Oh,
Oh no.
So, you guys, come back defeated, and ask for some help.
we
Are
see
you asking?
workers helping Yen, though, right?
Well, they
Was it?
were, not anymore. Yen's been sitting on the
Oh,
beach
gotcha.
waiting for a good 20 minutes at least at this
Been
point.
doing. I found a whole ship and brought it ashore while you're with the stream.
we ran into some troubles. Yen?
Oh, hold this up by yourself, Yen.
Well, no, I had help,
Oh my.
but I did
wow.
find
down
it,
here.
and I slapped the hull. Like,
Well, we
Could've
found a
pulled
good
the whole
tree.
tree.
And we felled it. We quartered
Oh.
it, but we cannot drag it here. We are very weak, and it's very heavy. And I've seen what you can do with. Well, you drag the bison, no problem. So I figure a tree is not that much more difficult, maybe, for you. If we tie a rope around you like we did before when you were a horse.
well, what if we borrowed a cart and we loaded the quarters on a cart, and then I pulled the cart instead?
That'd be wise. Let's see if they have a card. Yes, yes.
Knowing my own strength as a horse, could I surmise how many logs I could fit on a cart and pull reliably?
I want to say 4. I just want to make 4 logs.
4 logs. Okay.
4
Um,
like good sized logs.
Okay. I have a +3 as a riding horse, so
Oh. Why did I think it was a +2? Let's throw another one on there. 5.
sick.
5 5 logs. 5 riding logs? 5 logs.
All right. Well, let me.
5 riding logs on this old horse.
End of the
What, let
session.
me-
Oh god.
Let me just quickly have a word with Xenos, and then you can lead me to the tree. Xenos,
Hi.
now that my break is over and my party has returned, the ferry wasn't part of the contract. Is there an additional reward for it?
Well, I figured you could use parts of the ferry to build the dock, but if you don't want to do that, then
That's true, but it is still in
Um,
quite good condition, though it is a bit waterlogged.
I could, I suppose I could think of something else I could offer you.
We'll decide. I'll ask my party members if they think we should use parts of it or not.
All right, then.
All right. So take me to this tree.
So the party leads
Certainly.
you back to the tree.
Oh, the cart. A cart
Oh,
first.
you
we need to
get
find
a
a cart. first.
I'll say this
Yeah,
is
yeah.
definitely like where a lot of loading and unloading is done, so there's plenty of carts around that you can borrow.
Okay.
Perfect.
And so you borrow a cart and you guys head out to the tree. By the time you get there, Mr. Thundercracker has debranched and debarked every log into like a nice log. by
Oh,
the time
he's
you
the
guys
best.
Get back.
He's a good boy.
Dead a good boy.
Uh,
Now I want a pet beaver.
They are adorable.
um.
Time to play Planet Zoo again.
Well,
I got a story for you guys about a beaver after the.
Heard.
Yeah, all right.
Oh, I need to hear that.
Listen, all right. Well, you guys did good work. Let's
This-
load this up.
Didn't look like this before. This was Mr. Thundercracker. He made it look all nice and pretty.
Ah,
He
what a
sits.
good.
He sits on a log and goes back to chewing the stick you gave.
It's his prize stick. That's awesome. Yeah, we'd load him up on the cart then.
Yeah.
Yeah,
you
between the
guys-
three of us, I think we can load it.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna make you roll. You guys load up the cart. Yeah, and I assume you beast shape into a horse, and
into a horse.
bring it all back to the beach, where you will now need to turn it into planks and things to actually build the dog.
Well, with as we're traveling, I'm gonna ask the party, to save us a bit of work, the ferry that I brought back up is still in good condition. We could use the deck as the walking surface of the dock, perhaps.
If you think it's in good enough condition to do so, then yes, absolutely.
Yeah, it looked in good condition. Right? You said it looked pretty good. Yeah.
The wood itself is in good condition. Obviously, it's like broken in half and it's missing half of
Yeah.
it, but the wood that you have is in good condition.
It's in good condition. I say we could just use these logs and perhaps a few more to just build the post and cross section. As-
Follow your lead on it.
Yeah, that's a great idea.
Give it a little more structural integrity than the debris that they had rigged together.
That'll be nice
Dock.
for them.
Right. It'll probably take us a few hours,
Certainly.
most of the day. But
Well,
We're working up a sweat for tomorrow's sweaty and trial, I guess.
well,
By the way, are you guys hungry?
oh,
Yes.
Oh,
I
there's a
snacked
couple
on some
of things that-
seagrass while I was.
Sneak around. Katash, what are you doing for this food?
I'm just for our pale lunches, essentially, we have like some of the bison jerky. There's a half of orange that's been peeled and like individually pulled apart. And then you got it's like it wouldn't be paper, it'd be more like a cloth box in a sense, like a basket. And we would have, I would say, probably just some baked or like stovetop potatoes, so like old baked potatoes.
Hell yeah. I love
my
it.
lunch? No. Okay, so you guys
Yeah, that was
take
amazing.
a break after lugging all those logs. Eat a quick meal. If you'd like to regain anything from a short rest, you may. And
I never did my long rest.
I guess, Josh, you said I get one B shape back after a short rest, but I regain all after long.
Yep.
Sick.
Ah.
I never used it, so I'll just leave it how it is.
yeah.
Nice.
Okay, so
Not
You
now.
guys-
No, we're-
you guys
Sorry.
then begin to build the dock. Who's kind of doing what in this instance? You know, you're gonna have to turn some things into planks if you need extra planks, disassemble the ferry, put the spokes in the seabed and all that stuff. So like, what are we doing?
I'll be in the water, help guiding where these giant logs are gonna go as like the main post, station, and have them.
I would
Guiding.
probably be better with the planks. I would say
In terms of like
I'd
disassembling
like
the ferry,
getting them
or
section.
oh,
No, like after they've been disassembled, just like lining them up and getting them in
okay,
a row, making sure they're even.
okay.
I guess I'd be taking the job of cutting up like the posts, for instance, and trying to help also cut the planks first. I don't trust myself much on the setting of it all, and like making sure that it's secure, but he'd at least take the process of If there's tools around, because I don't know how he's gonna do that with Eldritch
I
Blast.
mean, I'm sure like
Um,
there's tools around because Xenos needed someone to fix the dock, so he probably had
Yeah.
tools for this specific thing.
Okay.
All right.
Can I
Mhm.
use Druidcraft to help, like, grow roots and vines between the posts and planks to kind of make them one instead of like
Yeah.
just tying them, but like actually fusing them?
Yeah, for sure. Okay. With all that considered, we're gonna kind of do a group check here. So in terms of obviously you're not gonna have to roll for Druidcraft, but in terms of guiding the posts down to where they need to go, I feel like that's some sort of wisdom. So let me say, I'm actually gonna do perception because you're trying to see exactly where they should go, kind of thing. Katosh, in terms of lining the planks up correctly, let's make that a sleight of
My
hand.
third nat
That's a
one.
lot
That's
of nat
crazy.
ones.
That's my
That
third.
really
nat one.
is.
That's a lot
Holy
of nat
shit,
ones
dude.
this game. Katosh is gonna be a sleight of hand from you, and then Lavos, in terms of making them all, I really feel like that's like an athletics, unless you have another idea.
I mean, once you have the basic idea down, it really is just gonna be.
Yeah, exactly.
So like, yeah,
Yeah,
it's
I mean,
athletics.
Can I have Thundercracker
Which-
help him?
Would that be? Would you consider that more of a strength or a constitution? Like,
like
because it's always weird to
endurance?
me, exactly, because
Hmm.
they are two separate things in my
Yeah.
mind.
Can I
You
have a
know,
plus 0
it's
or plus
cardio
5?
versus weightlifting.
No, okay. You can roll using your constitution because it's not very. Honestly, like when you think about sawing, you're not pushing down, right? Like the
No,
tool
you
does
let the saw do the work.
So let's do
Yeah.
a con. Let's do a con. You have advantage because Mr. Beaver, Mr. Thundercracker's helping you out here.
No fucking way.
How
Are
did you
you
roll
kidding
this bad?
me?
How did
Are
you
you
roll
kidding me?
this
Room for
bad?
refresh?
That's insane.
I don't think we've been over 10
A
today.
5, a 5, and a 1. We
That's
are-
insane.
So
I
as you
even
guys,
refreshed, too.
This is what I'll do. As you guys kind of get started, about an hour and a half into your work, you guys realize that this is going to absolute shit. You cannot get the poles in the seabed. They just keep kind of swimming away from you a little bit. Katosh, as you're trying to line them up, you're having a really hard time just getting them to lay flush against each other.
That's my fault.
And then Lavos, you end up getting a splinter really, really bad.
no.
Oh, no.
And Mr. Thundercracker's like trying to help you get it out.
That is the lamest way to fail this job, but let's do it.
Oh, man.
But it does take a really long time to build a dock. So after this hour and a half,
Yeah.
you have a moment to redirect yourselves and realign yourselves.
All right.
So in this case, I won't have you guys roll the same checks. You'll have
Okay.
to tell me what skill check you would like to do that is different from the one you already did for the job that you were doing and how it fits.
Can I do something
Mm-hmm.
real quick? I want to look around for workers that are around here
Okay.
and call out to them. Be like, hey, have either of you ever swung a hammer or, built a dock before?
No. Well, I've swung a hammer, but I haven't built a dock.
Well, would you mind, lending a hand for a few moments while we get the dock put back together?
Sure.
They're very accommodating. I love it.
Well, you guys
Yeah.
are you're part of the same organization. We're like,
Yeah.
nah, bro,
Wait.
it's all you. Like
Yeah.
Right.
I
Part of the
love
crew,
it.
part of the
So,
ship, man.
I want to try and
And
get
it's also
3
literally the
helpers
Breach Guard's
because that's how we
mission
can
to
all
help
roll.
each other.
roll help.
Okay, so you can each roll this next skill check with advantage because you each have like a helper.
Beautiful.
Okay.
Can I riz it up and just like ask it to split? I'm not gonna use charisma.
Can I search along the seabed, sifting through the sand, trying to find a spot where it's gonna be sturdy but yet easily pliable at first to kind of help guide using nature?
It can be another perception check, so You know what?
Can it
Okay.
be
I see you.
nature?
Let's do a nature check. Let's do a nature check. Katash, what are you doing different this time to pull on another skill?
I'm gonna roll last.
This I would probably go more so with survival if possible. In terms of looking at how the waves are coming up and making sure that the dock is high enough, as well as notating where the water level was when we arrived and where it is now to see,
Okay. Okay. I
like
see
if
you.
that's the water levels is.
Okay, so you can roll me a survival with
Uh,
advantage. Lavos, what are you rolling? And why?
I'm looking at all the skills. Let's fucking go, dude. Let's go.
God.
The only other thing that makes sense to me is athletics.
Nice.
Unfortunately. So,
I do
'cause, like, I
have
could-
an idea if you want to use charisma.
I'm curious to hear it. Is it because I have a helper? Like, what? I'm their cheerleader.
That
Huckleberry
helper,
Finn that
not
shit?
just not that helper, but given who your patron is, I am sure that there is some critter or creature in the nearby woodlands who might be able to help you. Do I know what that
Shit,
critter or
yeah.
creature is? No, but I'm sure. Or even Mr. Thundercracker. Like, hey, your patron is the mother of beasts.
That's
I vote
true,
that you
yeah.
use intimidation to force it to split.
I could.
What?
Yeah, I could call on Arundel to help me cut this log, please. It's just such a simple request. But it's
Okay, so
probably
you're
my
gonna
hardest
call on
journey yet.
Arundel herself.
Yeah. Send me something. Because I don't know how to just summon creatures. I never did
Okay,
that.
okay.
But
You know
the
what? You know what
starts
she's gonna
dancing next
do?
week.
Actually, no. First, roll me persuasion check.
Okay.
Persuasion.
That's so bald. Was that advantage, right?
At
Well, this one
advantage.
not.
No,
Or,
I'll
I
let you
guess
do it
kinda.
at advantage.
Okay.
This is you would all get helpers.
Okay. Okay.
All right.
That was the first one was a 2. Thank God, dude.
So, okay.
Wow.
This is how this is gonna
My
go.
first was a 3.
This is a
Wow.
really good doc.
My
But this is
first was
how
a
it's gonna
4.
go down. Thank God for advantage. Y'all needed
Fucking
it.
Yeah.
My
So,
God.
Lavos, as you
Mhm.
are just like, please help me with this
Help
exceptionally
me.
mundane task. Your eyes will glow
My
green.
prayers on the daily, dude.
Honestly, Lavos. Your eyes are gonna glow green. And these spectral kind of like bear claws are gonna come over your hands. And instinctually, you're going to have the strength to cut these with the help of your friend.
That's sick. Hell
Um,
yeah.
It's like a modified enhance ability, I guess we'll call it. Where You
Yeah.
get to use your charisma instead of your strength.
Let's go.
Riz up this log.
Riz up the log. Katash, you were able to remember what the tide was like when you came here, annotate the waves and how they move, be able to situate in your mind exactly what the dock is supposed to look like based off of the environment and the surroundings around you. And you're able to piece together beautifully the planks of this dock. In the water yet, you are able to take a moment, step back to align yourself with the coastal lands. You know, you are a moon druid, you're not a land druid, but you just take a moment to align yourself and you're able to find these kind of I almost want to call them like dimples in the seabed where you can kind of figure out where you would have the easiest time securing these logs. And you guys, after many hours, piece together this dock. Your helpers kind of come and go and are replaced by other breach guard members because that is just the nature of this organization, and together you guys end up completing this. And you can return to Xena Sultan. It is
Let's
I'm
go.
gonna say pretty much dark now. So he's kind of sitting by a fire. I almost want to say like roasting some fish. Like he's probably up here. If I can shift
Angeling.
quick. At this campfire
closer
up
to the
here.
fire.
And just kind of making his dinner, honestly.
Hell yeah. Job's done.
Job's done. Oh, those coral reefs, I just noticed them. They're so pretty. Climbing up cliffs again. He said I'm a horse. No. I'm a horse.
I'm a
I'm a
seahorse.
dragonborn.
I'm a seahorse.
Wait
Lavos.
up. Aaron, don't help me get up this hill.
Do it.
Wait, where's Katash? Oh, he's up there. He's leaving. He's had
He
enough.
said I'm out.
Katash.
Wait.
So you guys gather. Xenos is sitting by the fire. He's got a couple fish on there, and he kind of goes, "Please help yourselves."
Really? Thank you.
How?
Wow. Impressive.
I'll sit down with my second pail, my dinner pail.
Let's go.
Open it next to
Okay.
Xenos and be like, if you want something a little more from the kitchen, help yourself to this, and I'll take one of the fish.
Sure. Sharing is caring, as they say.
Well,
I
we
see
hope
the
that
rock.
it's-
It looks
No.
great.
Hopefully it lasts a bit longer than the other one did then. But
I watched you
sturdy.
work. It seems very sturdy.
It wasn't going to be at first, but with
No.
the help of
I was
put our
highly
heads together.
concerned.
so were we. Thought about giving up, but that's not really in our nature, so
I'm glad you didn't. Looks great.
we did end up using the old ferry as the planks for the dock.
Yes. The best I can offer you is free ferry services from me for life. But
it's very kind of you.
you can have a dinner too.
That's
If we share a meal that makes
That's
us
kind.
friends. I'll push the basket more so.
Sorry, that's what happened in chat. So you guys sit and eat dinner on this campfire with the sound of the ocean at your back, the smell of the sea air. Honestly, it's probably really relaxing thinking about it.
Very peaceful.
Very peaceful, and that is where we will leave off for this session.
Fuck yeah. I love that.
Great job.
Let's go.
Perseverance. You
Yeah,
stuck to it.
perseverance.
Persistence.
3 nat ones.
I'll cut some.
I
meat.
don't-
Oh, that was crazy.
That you
Could've
were
used
rolling-
persistence.
That would have been the
You really
perfect
could've.
time, yeah. Persistence, yeah.
You gave up on it.
Yeah. Oh
Wow,
shit.
I did have a question about
Yeah.
my keyword. I was just thinking,
I really need
just
to write these down.
after playing it out, and seeing how the keywords are working for everyone, I feel like with mine it's very limited and wouldn't do much per se. However, I was wondering if there's a way to take that +1 buff and just put it towards either of their checks after they've eaten a meal at me.
Oh, that's
kind
very
of like
interesting.
supportive.
Interesting.
Yeah.
Okay, let me think about this.
Can't believe I forgot about it. So stupid.
I know. I'm
I
curious
feel
too.
like it's less in the spirit of the mechanic.
That's
To
what
do it
I'm
that
worried
way.
about.
Oh, gotcha.
That's kind of
Gotcha.
more so what I'm worried about. It almost gives like a whack bardic inspiration to me. You know,
It's fair.
Instead of making it very personal and like tied to you, it's like, oh,
Yeah.
just hear
Okay.
everybody.
yeah.
That makes sense. I
We
see.
can even work on, if you feel like it's just not working for you, we can come up with some other a phrase or keyword that you think might fit better if you're just not feeling it. We are using this mechanic for like the first time, so I understand that you know it's gonna take some
My
finagling.
only problem with it is I don't want to take away from the story to just say my character is cooking to force then me to roll a check using that keyword.
I will say this.
You
I
know,
feel like when
I
you
don't wanna,
guys
like,
start
derail anything.
adventuring like outside the breach guard, you might see it more. Because you're not gonna have a kitchen. You know, you're gonna have to be cooking on the road, you know?
That makes sense.
And these
so-
don't have to be
I just don't want it
for
to
cooking,
detract.
right? Like it's not just for cooking.
Right. It's for
Mhm.
foraging or scavenging.
yeah.
Well, I
Anyone
was
hungry for
actually
Or
this
gonna-
just
whip?
anything that you can persuade Gia to let you use it on,
Yeah,
right?
there's that too. It's you
Oh,
thinking
I see,
outside the
I see.
box. So if what was it exactly?
Let's
You
have
guys
lunch.
hungry?
You guys
Yes.
hungry? So even
Couple
like
sandwiches.
Nathan said, you can convince me like because your whip is a fish bone and you're fighting cats. You can say, "Are you guys hungry?" And now you have a +1 to your attack roll. I don't know.
Oh,
But
I
you
see,
get what
I
I'm
see.
saying.
Okay.
Like think
yeah.
outside the box
Yeah.
and
Yeah,
try to convince me.
I figured I wasn't understanding the nature of the mechanic
Yeah,
as well.
yeah.
So,
If I can
yeah,
find
that
the clip from Matt Mercer, he obviously explains it much better than me because he made it up. So
Yeah, it's
I'll
part of
see
the
if I can find it.
Daggerfall system.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah,
So
I need
There's
to rewatch
also a situation that for you to consider. I was going to say Katash, Janes, is Katash like thrives in moments of chaos. I was picturing when you had the rush of people and Katash just like jumped into action mode. I think that like that could definitely play into it of like when the shit hits the fan, you have the instincts and reactions of a cat,
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha. I like that.
just as an
Yeah.
option at least.
It's a very creatively liberal mechanic. Like it's just your
Yeah.
job to think of how it can be used and convince me. And remember what it is, because apparently I
Yeah.
haven't remembered a single one. Sorry, Stu. I just kicked you. But I did want to say quickly, thank you to all the new followers. I did notice I tried to say thank you if I could. And welcome in. And I hope you enjoyed our session. Josh, do you have anyone who would like to be rated with my
Ooh, good question.
limited viewers?
Oh.
If not, we'll peace out. But
We're gonna take a quick gander and see.
not me. Stop.
Um,
Stop.
I was-
Hey, look whose shout out command actually works.
Hey, listen here,
Ooh.
bitch. I gotta reinstall the bot. I do.
He said she
Yikes. Oh, undies. Oh, that's what you
Undies.
should. Your little.
Oh.
Is that a ferret? It kind of reminds
That's a
me of
ferret.
our
That's
beaver.
adorable.
Our beaver guy. We had a
Those
beaver this
emotes-
session.
Undies has the greatest emotes for every situation, I swear.
Undies has the greatest emote.
Yeah.
It's a great sentence.
I love
It is
that.
a fair- yeah.
Undies has the
So
greatest-
I have two options if you feel like it. We
Okay, yeah, let's
have
go for
either
it.
Tryhouse.
Okay.
If you know who Tryhouse is. Do you know who Big Rick Energy is? Who used to be Pickle
Oh
Rick?
God.
Oh, I know
Yeah.
Pickle Rick.
He's wild.
Yeah.
I love. Yeah,
Yeah.
we gotta. So wait, what's his name now? Slash Ray.
I'll put it
I
in
love
chat.
that too.
Oh, perfect. Please,
You got a raid
everyone
command?
that's here, please stick around for this raid. This guy is. I hope he still does it the way he used to years ago.
I know.
He,
Insane.
when you raid, he just has like a full-on party by himself
Yeah.
with you guys. Like he
Good
is
time.
so great. So please stick
really
around
is.
for this raid. Just you don't even got to stay super long, but just to experience for a couple minutes what this might be. I did change my raid commands.
Nice.
So
This one or I found it.
yeah.
Wait, that's-
so
This
That's
is
not
a
a
raid.
subless raid.
yes, it is. Those are follower emotes. Every person who follows this channel
Shit. I
has
didn't think
access to
about that.
those emotes. Yes.
Nice. That's
Because
awesome.
if you'll note, Nightbot is not subscribed.
I did note that.
Got
makes sense.
him.
Because he failed on that first
Anyway,
Got
it.
but yes,
I'm
so
happy about
please
it.
copy one of these rage
Got 'em.
commands. I didn't even send this through. Let me freaking send this through. Please copy one of those those raid commands, please join us. I'd really, really appreciate it. You will not regret it. He is something else. And thank you all for being here. We'll see you next Sunday. If you want to see the rest of it, it should still be here on Twitch, but it's also on the YouTube. It'll be up on Wednesday.
On the YouTubes.
The YouTubes.
YouTube is a command or something.
Yeah.
My life is a or something. But thanks, guys. Appreciate it, and we'll see you next week. Bye bye.
Stay cute.
Stay cute.
Bye bye now. Bye bye. Goodbye.
Bye bye. I always forget to fucking bring their. Oh, I
Always
didn't end the
Marvel
show.